Gibson on board?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Is Director Schoenberg here?
Yeah, I said so a few
Oh,
minutes.
that was you. It was you. I'm sorry. Then Director Gibson is not here. Is that correct?
No, she's here.
No, I'm here.
Okay, well then let's go ahead and start. I'd like to call this meeting of the Fraser Park Public Utility District regular planning meeting for Thursday, October 28th, 2021 to order. Will you join me in pledging the flag? Ready? Begin. I pledge
Pledge
allegiance
allegiance
to the flag
To the flag
of the
of
United States
the
of
United
America
States of America,
and
to
to
the
the
republic
republic
for which
for which it
for
stands,
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty
with
and
liberty
liberty
and
and
justice
justice
for
for all.
all.
Thank you. Roll call of directors. Director Gibson,
Here,
Director Kelly.
Absent.
Okay. Director Nyman,
Here.
Director Schoenberg,
Here.
and I'm Director Garcia. Okay, is there any need for adjustment of the agenda tonight? Okay, not hearing any, then I will move to number 3. Any public comments out today? Out there in the audience? Hearing none, I will move along. Thank you. Number 4, a discussion vote on accounts payable and financial information. Is Deborah Angel with us tonight?
I am. I'm
Good
here.
evening, Deborah. You have the floor.
Okay. I have prepared a check detail. We cut 2 checks from the LOW planning account. One check to Johnson Drilling for $68,210. And that was progress payments for 2, 3, and 4, test well 1 and 2. And then this second check to Johnson Drilling for the remaining retention was $9,599. 2 checks for a total of $77,809. And the bank account as of this afternoon was $83,184.63. It's solvent. And then from the revenue account, we cut 12 checks for a total of $28,441.72. And did you want me to go item by item for these 12 checks?
Director Schoenberg, do you have any requests on that end?
No, I think it's a good idea. It's fine. We just go
Okay.
Okay,
quickly
Please
through them.
proceed. Oh,
Okay.
Director Kelly is with us. Thank
Yes.
you. Hi, good evening. Thank you for joining us. Will you please mark her present? Thank you.
Yep, I will.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, excuse me, Deborah, please continue.
okay. So there was a check to ADP in the amount of $141.84, and that was a processing fee for payroll ending 10/3/2021. A check for $15 to American Business Machine for yellow toner. A check in the amount of $4,054. A regular membership renewal for California Special District. Those were dues, annual dues. And then there was a check to Canon Financial, I guess. To, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, Clarue Tire Company for Toyota trucks, $842.84. There were tires purchased.
for which truck?
Toyota trucks.
That was for Corey's
Yeah, but-
truck. Corey's truck.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you make a note of that, Deborah, to yourself, to just put that on the when you get to the office next time, to just add, what's the number of that truck?
I don't know which one he's straight. I don't know which one he's driving.
Okay.
Yes, I'm not sure what this number is that's here. This may just be an order number. Let's see, add the truck number. Okay. Okay, the next check that was written was $766.86 to Hall Letter Shop. There were various signs related to nitrate notice. A check to, I'm not going to pronounce this correctly. Is it Nekmi Sonley?
Honey?
Oh,
That sounds great.
that's Ness. Yeah, Ness Stanley.
That's me, Sonley.
Nesmi Sonley for $1,125, and it was a site visit to update backup and do some restoring. Everything's not printing on the report, so.
Yeah, he actually accrued several visits and troubleshooting in one invoice for us.
Thank you.
Okay, the next check was $67 to Occupational Health Centers. And this was employee hiring expense. And the next check is to P&J Electric, troubleshoot well 4 and Wolf Tank, $695.88. The next check is to Unified Field Services, Wolf Tank Improvement Project and Retention, $20,122. The next check is USA North 811. And this is a California state fee regulatory cost, $238.43. And the last check was to West Air Gases. It's, I believe, a monthly service for $67.06.
Thank you so much. That's very clear, very able, easy to understand. I, for one, appreciate your work.
Thank you. I just like to say that I am very happy here, and I am inching forward to being caught up. The accounts, the bank accounts are registered through September, or reconciled through September. And the next big catch up is with the credit card expenses, making sure everything has been posted through September.
Okay, great. Johnny, I had one question on that 811. Is that the big alert?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, cool. Excellent. That's what I thought. If there's no other discussion or questions, I'll entertain a motion.
There is some discussion, but
Okay,
it's
Director Schoenberg, you have the
well,
floor.
not on the bills, but we need to do that before you move on. Okay,
Certainly,
so
go ahead.
the bills, I'd like to move that we pay our bills as written.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Is that you, Director Gibson?
It is.
God bless you. Okay, the motion has been seconded by Director Gibson. Roll call of directors. Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg,
Aye.
Director Garcia is an aye. 500, motion carried. Now, Director Schoenberg, go ahead and continue in your discussion.
Yeah, what we need to do is we need to vote. We had agreed on a kind of a cap price of $2,500 for Deborah's services per month.
That's correct. I think we all remember that.
Right, and because we've been playing a lot of catch up with various things that did not get done previous to her employment or her contract with us, she's exceeded that a little bit, and what I'd like to do is get an approval from the board to push the exceeded amounts into, so as not to exceed the 2,500, but to push those amounts forward into the November billing. I think it's not a ton of hours, right, Deborah? It's
No, I believe it's 3 or 4 hours.
yeah. So rather than have to vote on increasing October, I'd like to just get a vote to allow her to push that stuff forward into November as she goes along. She'll be working on other things, but I think it'll balance out. But the reconciliation and just kind of organizing the office and all of that stuff has taken and just the learning curve has taken a pretty fair amount of time. So I think starting in November, I know she needs to work with Johnny on some additional stuff for payroll, and she'll need to work on the 1099, start that. And so there'll be other work, but I think that we'll be able to kind of keep it balanced if we're pushing a few hours forward.
Are we gonna make a motion, or we're just going to instruct Deborah to move them over to the next month?
I think we should make a motion. And I don't
Please.
it should be me since I've been working with Deborah.
Oh, no worries. I'll entertain a motion to extend the overages of the work done by Deborah Angel into the November billing period.
Okay,
I will make a motion that we, add the overage for Deborah's hours for October, move them into November for her November billing.
Do I have a second? Just raise your hand, Terry. I can see you. Good job. Thank you. We had Director Kelly has seconded. Roll call of directors. Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
aye.
Director Nyman,
Abstain.
He's on the
Director
financial ad
Schoenberg,
hoc. Abstain because we're both on the financial ad hoc.
Director Garcia is an aye. 3-0. 2 abstentions. Motion carried.
Oh, okay.
Did you like to address the board, Director? Nyman?
Yes, I would.
Please do.
I know we've approved the bills and the one thing that we need to discuss is Dee had brought up holding on to the checks for Johnson Drilling. We have them signed, so we don't want to mail them out. Can you give us kind of an update where we stand on why we're doing that, Dee?
And also, 1 second, Dee, if you could also just let us know if we received the final letter from Unified so that we are all done with Unified as well, because we have their retention check as well.
We're gonna have to
Pete
check with
Jasper, you have the
Curtis.
floor.
Thank you. I'll have to check with Curtis regarding Unified, and I can do that during the meeting and make sure that we have that communication. I have been in contact with Johnson Drilling, and it's not a matter of differences in the amounts. The amounts are exactly right. But we do need to correct one bill, and we also need them to sign their release stating that they accept our final payment as being 100% of the pay that they're owed. And so I'm hoping that early next week we can get that done. I know that it means for them up there, they need to cut another invoice. And I wouldn't think that would take too long, but I don't know what their schedule is. But anyway, they've been informed that that needs to get done before any checks will be released.
Just to piggyback on that invoice, basically what they had done is we had received the invoice for the first progress payment, which was it ended up being like 114,000 that we paid. And when they did the second invoice, they left on there that everything that they had billed us plus the rest of what they did. So they should have just did an invoice without the 114,000 on it. And so that has to be corrected so that it can be given to Carlos, so he has all the invoices. So
Went to the dollar store.
when we
Did you really?
go to the
Yeah,
dollar
my mom
store.
took me.
Hello, we got some crosstalk going on?
So when we go to submit the invoice for reimbursement, so Carlos needs to get copies of those invoices. So anyhow, just to let everybody know. And that's
Everybody
all I got.
understand that one? We all good, board?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay,
So I'll give you the checks, Johnny, and you can put them in the safe until D gives the okay to send off Unified and to send off Johnson Drilling.
Sounds good.
thank you, Director Nyman. Number 5,
Before we
Oh.
go on to 5,
yes,
we
Director
have a
Schoenberg?
member of the public that was late that wanted to address the board.
Oh, there's some comments from the public?
I believe so.
Anyone out in the audience that would like to speak to the board tonight?
Yes. Hello, my name is Shirley, and I'm calling about my water account 1123 by the name of Jeffrey Keeler.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'm having some trouble, and I'm not quite sure what to do. So I'm coming to you, not knowing what to do, but I want to state my situation. And that is the irregularities of my reads. Just for instance, normally I have about $100 bill. August and September was $230. And this last billing was $101. I've been speaking with, I believe her name is Jamie at the water company, and have had several reads, and they're assuring me that they were not estimated and suggesting that maybe I have a slab leak. And I did the checks to see that there was not a slab leak. But however, I'm very concerned. My income does not allow for such a great variance in water. And I have not done anything excessive to where my bill should be more than $230.
Well, let me just thank you, first of all, for coming to this meeting and addressing the situation. I'm going to turn over the floor to our general manager, Johnny Allison, and he'll take you through our steps of what we can do to prove, disprove, verify your account and the quantities used. Johnny?
If we've already done multiple rereads, I'm fairly certain that it's going to be correct. When we go out to a reread, we check and we see if the water has actually been used or not used. If the meter has increased its number, then and from the last read, then that means that the meter read was correct. So what I'd suggest is Monday, I could go out to your house. I'll check it over myself with the last read. We could discuss it if you're going to be around, and we'll see what we can figure out.
Okay, I have met you, sir. You did come and show me that we had a leak, and I got a plumber and fixed the problem. But that read was about $130. And the next reading was $230. And
okay,
now
so
it's
that tells me that if it's going up and down like that, but the number keeps on continuing, that there's still some type of leak or some type of problem at your house. Our water meters cannot overread. Human error could happen. Human error could misread the meter, but if we misread it and then we go out to read it and the reading is correct, then it's correct. And something happened, something flowed through the meter. So again, I could come back out again like I did the last time and verify first that the meter read is correct. And second, whether or not I could tell if there's any type of a leak going on. But
Correct.
that's all I can do.
Okay, correct. I understand. Is there a way that we can ask for a new meter? The glass on our meter is very, very scratched, but you did show me the water bottle approach, but it is hard to read. But I would like a new meter.
Well, yeah, and I could do that, but just to give you a heads up, it has never one time ever been where somebody requested a new meter that they were happy that they got it, because of the fact is most meters are pretty old. They slow up when they get old. When you put it in a brand new meter, it reads a lot more accurate. But we can definitely talk about that. If the meter is exceptionally scratched, because the whole town has got scratch meters and we read it with a water bottle, which is why we carry it. So
Right, no, I understand.
if it's way more scratched than other meters, then I'll go ahead and replace it. If it's just typical of what we see in the system, then we'll have to talk about whether or not I'm going to change the meter or not. But what was your address again?
4117 Poplar Trail.
Okay.
And it's
I
account
remember talking to you now.
1123. I'm sorry?
I remember talking. See, I remember talking to you now.
Well, yeah,
Remember
after
that.
we spoke, we did get a plumber and it was a pressure valve. But the problem is right after that, our bill shot up to $230 and now it's $101. And
Yeah, so
there's been no change. So something is definitely not right.
Something is going on, but I just strongly suspect it's on your side of the meter, but I'll come out and I'll check with you on Monday.
Okay, honey, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. You have a great night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you, both you, Johnny and Shirley. Okay, let's move forward on number 5.
Excuse
Discussion
me,
vote. I'm sorry,
excuse me, this is Deborah Angel, the
please
bookkeeper.
speak. Yeah,
Um,
go ahead, Deborah.
I just wanted to say thank you for your consideration on the issue of the overage of hours. And I also wanted to ask, is there any reason that I need to continue to be present at this meeting?
I don't believe so unless any of the other directors have something for you. Director Schoenberg?
Only because I like to have you here, but other than that, you can have a good evening.
No, I don't think so. We can update you if there's any other financial business that you need to know about.
Okay, thank you so
Okay,
much. I appreciate that.
Thank you,
Good
Deborah.
night, Deborah.
See you next
Good night,
time.
Deborah.
Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Okay, 5A, discussion vote, update on FPA, Fraser Park Lake of the Woods Consolidation Planning Project. A, discussion vote, update on test well reports. Did we all get a chance to read those?
I
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. Did you want to address that, Dee, or what are we
I
looking
can,
for here?
I can give us just maybe a brief rundown. Tiffany, can you share, or can I share my screen?
Yeah, if you'd like to here, I will open up sharing.
Okay.
Okay, you should be able to.
Okay, I've got 2 screens, so tell me what you're looking at, and I'll let you know whether I got to put the stuff on the other screen.
All we see is you, Dee.
Okay, all right. Okay. How about now?
Hitting the
Just you.
share button.
Are we seeing the cover of the report?
Not yet, just you.
You got to hit the share button, D.
Oh, okay, where is that? There it is. All right, sorry. Okay, share.
There we go.
Okay.
Something's happening.
All right, now what are you looking at?
A beautiful
We're
truck
looking
and
at
horse trailer.
a nice truck and a
Oh.
nice building.
Yeah,
That
looks like your
Looks like a
ranch.
barn. Oh, or a
The
ranch.
building's 100 years old and it's about a half mile from the boundary of Yosemite National Park.
Oh.
And that's where we start. Didn't get to do it this year, but There's about a 5-day cattle drive where we start. Our friends own this cabin. They've owned it for a century and drive cattle down to the valley from this country right up here. And yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful spot. I'll get now. How about this? Can you see?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there we go. All right. Well, this is our report. We drilled, as you guys know, 2 test wells. The first one there was on the SIA property, and the other one was on the Wainwright French property. Test well number 1 was drilled cased. Now these are casing hammer wells, so it's an 8-inch casing that they drive and they rotate it and they drive and they airlift the cuttings out through the open pipe, and they drive this casing down to the point where they can't drive it anymore. And in this case, it was 312 feet. So they got that casing down that deep, and then we drilled an open hole down to 580 feet. What we found out was that we had what we would call alluvial deposits that were encountered there to about 270, 275 feet. And then hard rock started at about 275 feet, and it went on down to basement complex, which is at 580. So this hard rock is really is consolidated, really hard alluvial deposits, and they are not water bearing. We found out that where we were thinking that we would have a basin approximately 600, 700 feet deep from the geophysical report, we found that from 270 feet down to around 600 feet is this really, really hard consolidated material that is not water bearing. So that meant that we need to develop a well above about 275 feet in depth. And so that was the conclusion that we drew there, and I'll talk a little bit about the well. We did do water sampling in that well, and right here you see the results of the water sampling. What we did is we took 6 different tests in that well as we drove the casing down. And the first test, as you can see there, was from 97 to 100 feet. It was an airlifted test. We have the values that the laboratory reported to us for electrical conductivity in total dissolved solids, the pH, the nitrate, which is one of our main concerns, fluoride, iron, manganese, arsenic, hexavalent chromium, which is not regulated yet, but it will be probably in the next 5 years. Gross alpha is an indication of alpha activity. It's an indication of the amount of uranium that's in the water in the deposits. And gross alpha is what is easily measured with a device that they use in the lab to measure that, Geiger counter, essentially. When we get a level in a test well, we always go ahead and run uranium, and you see that value right there. So as we go from left to right, just to give you an idea, the EC is kind of high, the TDS is a bit high. We'd like to see that at around 500, but what we've noted in pretty much all the wells that we have in the canyon is that most of the water is fairly high in salts. Which is really, nothing here is at a level that would be harmful at all. You can drink this stuff. It might, if you're growing ornamental plants, you might see some of the more sensitive plants affected a little bit by the TDS. But, you've been using this water for a long time, and whatever plants work up there are the plants that you have. So I wouldn't be worried about these levels at all. The pH at 8, and that's pretty normal for this area. Nitrates 7.3 up on top, and then they go all the way down to around 4.3. Somewhere between 4 and 5 is pretty much what we expect in a well.
Now, the maximum contaminant level on nitrates is what, 10?
10, that's correct.
Okay.
Fluorides, MCL is 2. So you can see, we float around pretty close to that. All our wells are pretty much at that level. Well 6 came in above 2.1 for one test last summer, and then it went back down to 2. And generally it's around 1.9. So these are really typical levels of fluoride. The iron level is very good. The MCL there is 0.3. So you can see all these are really, really low. We had one airlifted sample that was 0.1.
Always miss it. You shut the door after they pull away, you're nutty.
But when we tested it with the very same formation with a pumped sample, we found that the levels were very, very low. So sometimes there's a difference between what we see in what we call the airlifted samples, and they're designated with an A, and the pump samples, which are pretty much what you're going to see when you pump the water. And in this case, you can see it's a pretty big change. And you can generally trust the pumped samples if there's a divergence between these two values. Manganese, very low in this well. The arsenic, extremely low. Hexavalent chromium, low. MCL there is 10. Gross alpha, what generally is the MCL for gross alpha is 15. And when you test then, if you have a gross alpha that approaches that, then generally you test to see how much uranium is in the water. And in our case, the highest value is around 9, and the MCL for uranium is 20. So we're okay with respect to uranium as well. So that's kind of a little bit of a tour through this thing. Yeah, water is very acceptable. It looks like, we're able to develop a well that should produce over 1,000 gallons a minute here. But there's one caveat, and that is we don't want to cause interference with our neighbors. And so generally, I'm guessing it will probably be operating at around 500 gallons a minute out of this well. What does it look like? I'll give you a little bit of a tour through test well number 1 and give you an idea of what we do and what we're looking at. These are just schematics that show what the formation is at certain levels, and it shows where the static water level is. In this case, test well number 1 is 44 to 46 feet below ground surface. What we found between 0 or the ground surface and 97 feet deep was brown boulders, gravel, sand, and silty clay and clay. Then at 97 feet, we took an airlifted sample, and that sample showed those values that we just discussed. And that was the very top row in that table. Then as we go a little bit deeper from 97 to 168 feet, we see that we have a color change. And generally that means it might be a water quality change too. And what we see there is a bit of a difference in the nitrate, but really not much of a difference in anything else. But however, it's much coarser here. It's boulders, gravel, and medium to coarse sand. Really good yielding material, and the water quality is good. When we go further down in our well, down to between 168 feet and 212 feet, we see that we have that same black and white cement boulders, some cemented layers in that lithology. We have coarse sand, and we have some medium to coarse sand. So it's also, even though we have a little bit of cementation going on there, it is also very good yielding material. And the water quality we discussed in the table.
What does cementation mean?
It's usually a calcium salt that cements the formation together.
Okay.
And it could be sodium as well.
Okay.
But that's what it is. It's somewhat of a stuck together layer. Is that clear, Brahma? Or Gerald, did you ask that?
Yeah, no, that is clear. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Then going on down deeper from 212 to 260 feet, we have black and white, large boulders, gravel, and coarse sand. So again, water quality very good, and yield very, very good. And we get down to this consolidated weathered hard rock, which starts right about 275 feet. And that's pretty much where the water bearing material stops. And so we drilled down a little bit deeper into that hard rock. And then we went ahead and drilled an open hole all the way down to 580 feet. And we found that it was not water bearing below about 275 feet. Our zone test showed that we have, again, really good water quality. And based on the amount of water that we have, all the way from 44 feet to 275 feet, got a tremendous amount of water in there. I was hoping that we'd have 600 feet, but no luck there. But this is really a great layer to be in. Good water quality, high yielding material. And so what our well is going to look like, and this is from Ken Schmidt's report, this is what we're planning to do. And that is we would drill down to all the way down to just about 310 feet with an open hole. Then we would case it from about 300 feet all the way to the surface. And we would put blank casing in from the surface down to 100 feet. And that annulus in there above 70 feet would be filled, this area right here. This is our casing, this is the hole. And that area between the casing and the hole above the gravel will be filled with cement. And then the gravel will start right here above the perforations. And then it will start, it will go all the way down to the bottom of the well. The perforations start at 100 feet below ground level. And then we carry those all the way down to 275 feet. That's the recommended production well for this particular well.
So Dee, when you start pumping, the water comes in through the perforations.
Yes.
And then the casing, when you're putting cement up at what, 70, from 70 feet to
The surface.
the surface, that's just to protect the well? Is that
Yes,
Is that what we used to call a sanitary seal, D?
a sanitary? Okay,
Yes,
that's the
and-
sanitary seal. Okay.
yes, and a minimum of 50 feet. And we're going deeper than that, down to 70. But again, it's to protect the water quality from any surface effects. And so that's why that's there. And then further, we put blank casing in. We want to get down into this stuff right here, which is really coarse material, good water quality, and start pumping from this layer from about here to here. And again, Ken indicates that, this could really be a tremendous producer. And, what we'll have to do when we drill it and case it and put a test pump in is monitor the effects on well 7/well 5, well 7 or 5, depending on which one we have in at that point in time. And then the neighboring well at Soledad and Richmond Action. And we want to make sure that when we operate our well, that we operate it at a capacity that doesn't cause drawdown in the neighboring wells. And so my guess is that's going to be somewhere between 500 and 1,000 gallons a minute. So it's a good well. It might beg the question, why are we drilling well number 7 to 600 feet rather than 275 or 300? And initially we thought we would, but then Ken looked at, maybe I've gone over this before. If I have, I don't mean to be repeating myself too much, but Ken believes there's a fault line in between that kind of goes between this area right here and where well 5 and well 7 is. And when he looked at the original driller's logs that were produced when they first drilled well number 5, it gave him an indication that we do have some water bearing material down there deep in that location. And so what we plan to do is drill a hole about 600 feet deep there at well 7, well 5. And we'll find out when we drill the pilot hole whether or not we have water bearing material all the way down to 600 in that location. If we do, then of course we'll complete the well deep. If not, well, then it will look a lot more like this well right here.
Dee, could I ask you how far in distance is the test well number 1 with the proposed well number 7?
750 feet.
Thank you.
It's a little closer than what we'd like, but with these very, very coarse
Good
materials,
numbers. Yes.
we think that, it's going to be fine.
Right.
Test well number 1, of course, right there. And then test well number 2 is over here in the Wainwright French parcel, just off where Fraser Mountain Park Road and Pine Mountain,
Mount Pina, yeah.
Mount Pinus Road comes in. So one of the benefits that we get here is that I think it's called Cold Springs Canyon, comes in just above this into the Cuddy Creek Valley. And the reason that Ken selected this area was, 1, because of that, number 2, because of some of the earlier information that he had about water quality and tests in wells that had been drilled in this area a number of years ago, and felt that this would be a good area for our number 2 well. Going really quickly, and I don't want to take up too much time here, but I'll go to test well number 2. There we just drilled down to 202 feet. At that point, we entered these really hard deposits. And so that we can't really produce water below that. When we went down below it, we found that they were not water bearing. Same as with test well number 1. Really interesting. My thoughts would have been this well would have been much different than the well at the SEA property, but it isn't. However, when you look at the water quality, and see if I can get this up a little bit bigger so we can read it, doing the very same thing, we had 4 airlifted samples and 1 pump sample down at 155 feet. The TDS a little higher, the EC a bit higher. Again, nothing to worry about. If you have really sensitive ornamental plants, they probably would not do good with this water, but this is the water that has been used in that area for a long time. So I think, again, you adjust what you can grow to what the water will support. Our pH is very close to 8, nothing new there. Nitrates up on top, a little bit higher, 8. But then once we get down a little bit deeper, we're in the area around 7 to 5, which is about half the MCL. That's a comfortable level for the Cuddy Canyon. Fluorides, again, quite a bit lower here versus, say, an MCL of 2.0. Iron looks good. Manganese looks good. Arsenic looks good. We had one hit down here at 3 micrograms per liter, and that's about 30% of the MCL. The MCL is 10. And so we're very comfortable with that. Hexavalent chromium 0.6. The MCL is not established, but what will probably be the MCL will be 10. So that's really not a concern. Gross alpha, a little bit high up on top. And then as we get down here, down at, a little bit deeper, we're around half the MCL down to, about 2/3 of the MCL.
D, what is gross alpha? What exactly is that?
It's a measurement of the of the activity. Gee whiz, I'm at a loss for finding the word, but it measures how much it actually is an indication of how much uranium is in the water.
That's the radioactivity, right?
Oh, okay.
There you go. Thank you. That's what I was after. Anyhow, but really what it is pretty much an indicator of how much uranium you have in the water. And so radioactivity, wow. So it's an indication of that. Now, the interesting thing is the MCL for gross alpha is 15. And so as you approach that, of course, we're doing a test well, so we're going to get them, both of these. But the easy one to measure is gross alpha. The tough one to get, takes a little while in the lab, is the uranium. And there are various forms of uranium, 235 and others.
And that's all naturally occurring, correct?
All naturally occurring. And so the MCL for uranium is 20. So you can see, we're at about half the MCL up shallow, and then down here a little bit deeper, we're a little bit less than that. We're really in good shape on that. Compared to other wells that we see in the Cuddy Valley and Cuddy Canyon, this is darn good water. So that's what we're seeing in this well. And then if we go back to what our well will look like, again, it's the same layout that we had for test well number 1. And you see the static water level is a little lower, 67 feet on this well. And we have these silts and sandy clays up on top. And then we get down to areas that are a little bit below that, 107, about 120 to 147 feet, about a 27-foot layer. And here we go again with coarse black and white, and in this case, some brown gravel and coarse sand. So now we're in our coarse deposits again. And now when we get a little bit below that, from 147 to 155 feet, we have a little confining layer, which is kind of interesting. And then below that, we get back into gravel, and then we get into brown gravel with sand. And then when we get down here to 190 feet, all of a sudden we end up in non-water bearing material. So our well looks like this, a proposed well, that we would case it down to right around 210 feet. We would put our perforations in starting at 190 feet, and it would be all the way to 90. So we have about 100 feet of perforations in this particular well. Ken again indicates that because of the coarse nature of these deposits, that we should be able to get maybe just under 1,000 gallons a minute out of this well. Again, we have neighbors, and we would, one of our principles is that we won't cause any harm to our neighbors with respect to their pumping levels. And so my guess is that we'll end up at around 500 gallons a minute out of this well as well.
Dee, what is the diameter of the casing that you put down for our wells?
That's a good question, because it'll probably depend on the drilling method, but I would say 14-inch, 12 to 14 inch on these casings. I think a 16 is going to be pretty tough to get down because of the boulders and the rocks.
Right, I get that.
So I'm thinking 14 is probably going to be as big as we can get, and it may end up 12.
Right on, but that's a good size
I think so.
for production wells.
So that's basically the report. The rest of it is, boy, it's a lot of information. I don't want to bore you with all of that other information, but I do want to touch on a couple of things. And let me see if I can get that over there and move.
Yeah,
on.
we only copied the first 6 pages.
Okay.
Did I lose you guys?
No, we're all here. We're
Okay, good deal.
This is
waiting
our
for-
report. And it pretty much, we kind of cruised through this. These are the lab reports. And I'll tell you, there's over 100 pages of lab reports in this thing. And these are, this is how we determine what the water quality is. So every test gets a chain of custody. This Jim Angel with Ken Schmidt and Associates took care of all this testing, and all the results are tabulated and produced by the laboratories that we use. BC Laboratories, Fruit Growers over in Fillmore, Santa Paula are the 2 primary ones that we use for water quality testing. So we do a really thorough job of looking at this stuff, because we want to make sure that when we actually put the production well in, that there aren't big surprises. There have been in the past. There's nothing guaranteed when you punch a hole in the ground, but this is the way that we do, as much as we can to guarantee, or certainly warranty, that we're going to have a well that will produce good quality water. And what is really nice about this is everything is consistent and the water quality is really good. I wanted to indicate to you that in the appendix, test well number 1 has a report. Ken Schmidt and Associates wrote this report, and it is basically what we were discussing for test well number 1 and for test well number 2. So in the appendix, you'll want to look at that. And then also the geologic log is in his report, and it occupies a special place in the appendix as well. So how do we determine all the stuff that I put on that cross section of that well? This is where it comes from. So this is the actual material that was pulled up and
is represented by your design. I get it.
Yep. You'll see this is basically what we have in the body of the report. This is the information. It's just in a little bit different format. And for a summary, we like to put the stuff out there in a little bit more readable form. And again, this is for test well number 2. And that's the geologic log. This is the results of the sampling. And then, of course, the location map that you guys have seen. So that's the report that will go to, this is draft. I've got a few typos in here that I want to fix. But basically, this report goes to the state, Lawrence, Jesse, and then from that, they will tell us that hopefully they approve of our suggestions, our design of our well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's,
Well, you've done a real good job of representing the studies and all the information you've put together to make these decisions. Cleared it up for me. I want to put it out there for the rest of the board. You guys have any other questions regarding this? It really made it come to life when I saw the cross section and then read the 6 pages we had, and then saw you go over exactly what put the two together, and I appreciate that.
well, thank you. We do have, I'm really happy to say we have 2 good locations for production wells. And that's really kind of what we did all this preliminary work for, and
Paid off.
proved it out. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, that's my report.
Excellent. I don't know if there's anything to vote on. Obviously, we've discussed through the whole report any questions that came up. Is there any more discussion by the board?
I'm good.
Yeah, I think so. So I'm not sure if there is anything to vote on.
I don't think so.
Okay, let's go on to B, see what we got there. Discussion vote on test well property appraisals and acquisition. Well, we got that bid from the company you referred us to about what, it's going to take to timeline and what the costs were.
For an appraisal?
Yes.
Yes. Read
Okay.
that part.
When did we get that bid?
I got it on the 21st, and then I got an update on the 25th. But I got that, it was dated the 21st, I believe.
I don't think I saw that.
Can I interject something about this item as well as the one after it?
Yeah, Manager Johnny, go ahead.
For well 7, there's a couple of things that we need from the ranch next to us, and one of them is access for the drilling rig to come in through the front gate because they can't make the turn to well 5 on Montana off East End. The other is that we could discharge water from drilling onto the ranch. I've been establishing a rapport with the caretaker there, and through him with the new owner, or the people we believe are the new owners. And some of this, if it comes too fast, if this beats the well 7 into the ground, I don't know how much they're going to be wanting to work with us at that point. So I guess what I'm saying is that if this takes a few months to put together, my opinion is it might be better than if it happened really fast and then we stirred up animosity again and had to go back to court.
I think.
So I just wanted
you're proposing.
I would like to think that we could get well 7, the drilling, but I don't know if Dee would agree or the board, but I would like to get well 7 established before we proceeded with the rest of this, unless we're willing to go whole hog. Yeah, that is just my suggestion to put out there.
I think that's a good one. You don't want to push too hard, too fast. And I think the well 7, we're hoping that we'll get some good bids by now. It's the 23rd of November. We pushed the bids out to the 23rd because we're a little uncertain that we're going to get competitive bids. Given the situation with the drought, All these drillers are really, really busy. So while we were going to open the bids on the 3rd,
Dee,
yes,
I know we kind of need this in regard to what we're talking about, but I think it's out of order because it's in another spot on the agenda. So I think maybe on 5B, we need to just, table that for now. Or, say that we're gonna hold off on because I think if we get the appraisal too soon and you believe that that's going to be a problem, then, because that appraisal is only good for a certain amount of time, so. And I know it looked like it was about 3 months out before the, 2 to 3 months they were saying, is that correct for the appraisals?
they're good for 6 months, I think, Lisa.
No, but I mean, how long it would take them to achieve the it was saying it wasn't saying it was
So-
immediate.
Just let me ask one question. What was the cost of the appraisals, D, for the
5,000 each.
5,000 each?
Yes.
Okay.
And the
But
original,
that's really not much less than, I mean, we had originally like 11,000 for all 3 sites. Why is it still so much?
well, there's a couple of things. One is I've had him also add appraising a right-of-way for us, an easement from well number 8 back to well number 5. And so he's got to do a little bit extra work there to get that. His original price was 4,500 for site number 1. It's 5,000 now. For site number 2, it was 4. It's 5 now. And so I think it's competitive. I know his work has always been competitive with other appraisers in town. So, it is a bit higher. But I believe that, if we went out to bid again and got new proposals, we'd be paying about the same.
Yeah. Well, I think we should probably hold off, like Johnny said. I mean, we probably should hold off on doing the appraisals then, because I mean, we have up to five years on the test 1 on the SEA property to purchase the property, correct?
We better read that. I think what we have to do is we have a shorter time to tell them that we're interested in buying the property or getting a permanent easement. Have to look at those easement or the license agreement. So we have to declare that we, as a result of this report that we just went through, we've concluded that it is a good location for a well. And now that starts a time. I think it might be a couple months, might be 6, I'm not sure, that we have to declare to him that, yes, we are interested in a well site on that property at that location.
Okay, Tiffany, can you pull out that information? And we need to look at that again and make sure, because we don't want to hold off too long and miss our opportunity, because then it goes all back to court and everything else, and we don't want any of that kind of stuff. So
Tiffany sent the appraisal information to us today, a couple hours ago. So if you look in your emails, it's there.
what, the agreement,
Yes.
the licensing agreements in there?
The appraisal, no, the appraisal.
I'm
fee.
talking about the licensing agreement. That's what me and Dee were just talking about.
Right.
So, I mean, yes, I'll come in and print my stuff off later, but as far as that's concerned, but my question is, I mean, if we're talking about holding off on the appraisal, we
But
need to,
the licensing agreement does not start until after we get, and it's, again, we're a little bit out of order. It's number 5C on the agenda, which talks about the resolution for that. So once we vote that we're going to move forward on the property, then that's what I believe kicks in the license, it kicks in the time that we need to start moving forward. So we haven't.
Well,
done
we need
the-
to be sure. So we need to pull out the agreement and read the agreement as to, like what Dee was saying, that we have to declare to say a property that it's a good property and that we're interested. And so we need to read the agreement and make sure that we do it within the time frame that we have to do it when the report comes out.
That's a good point.
I think we have more time than what I was thinking. On the.
I'm just saying we need to check it out. I want to make sure that we don't drop the ball.
Miss the boat, right?
I'm looking at it right now. And it's 5 years. It says district must provide written notice to SEA of its intent to exercise the option on or before the expiration of 5 years from the date of expiration of the term of this license. So we have, it looks to me like a fair amount of
So
time.
that makes it more feasible for what Johnny says.
Right,
Concentrate on doing
exactly.
well, number 7. Now, Johnny, I have a point of information or a question. Don't we have a gate right there at, well, number, what is it, 5? That
We do, but it-
opens onto, say, a property, right?
Yeah, we do. And that's the deal. We would have to get the drilling rig into their front gate and then through that gate by well 5 in order to position it to drill.
Oh, we can't get in on Fraser Park roads?
No, and there's a big storm runoff right there that we could maybe possibly build it up and fill it in and make it so a drill rig can come in. But these are really big rigs, so it'll be a lot easier to be able to drive it in on the property. And just today,
once again, I'm really sorry, but this is out of order. Can we just table B and C or do something with B and C and move on so that we can talk about
Okay.
this under 6?
5B is tabled.
And C,
5C will be tabled.
Till when?
I think.
I'd like to move that we table these till the next planning meeting so that we can go through the discussion on 6.
Why don't we postpone to the first of the year?
I would like to postpone to the next planning meeting so that we can have further discussion that's not out of order.
Okay. If there's
I
nobody has a problem
I
with that,
second that. I second
Okay.
that.
we want to have roll call on this or what?
Yeah.
Okay, roll call directors, Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg,
Aye.
Director Garcia is an aye, 500, motion carried. You get that, Tiffany?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, 5D, discussion vote on district sphere of influence map for annexation. What do we got going here? Anyone know?
I don't have anything.
Yeah, we haven't moved forward just because we have so much going on.
Right?
So again,
Let's add this to the table.
Yeah, I'm gonna add both D, E, F all to because there isn't a new budget adjustment yet either. So D, E, F table to the next planning meeting.
Beautiful.
I second that, or I accept that friendly amendment.
Perfect. So tabled.
Are we voting on that?
Roll call directors, Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg, Director Garcia is an aye, 500, motion carried. Thank you very much. Number 6, discussion vote update on.
No, we're on 5G.
Okay, we got a claim 11.
Yes.
Would you like to share it?
that was-
Carlos?
Did he ever make it to the meeting?
He's
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now.
Okay, brother.
We
Is
all
your
have-
daughter okay?
No, that's not, that's Oscar, Rebecca.
Sorry.
Nothing but love.
Can I interrupt here for a second? I got to step out. I'll try to come back, but there's a leak on Los Padres, so I have to go see what's going on.
All right, Johnny, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. What's going on, Carlos?
He's looking for it.
Brahma, Lisa, and Tiffany, I sent it to you guys out.
I have it.
Yesterday, did you guys get it? Okay,
Yes.
let me get,
Yesterday, no, I didn't get a claim. Email.
I got it. Claim 11. It was dated October 27th.
Okay, that's why it's not in the board packet, because I wasn't sent the claim.
It
Carlos-
went, well, I don't know why you didn't get it. He did send it to you. It's not the whole claim though. It's just the
I didn't get it either. I'm looking in my email and I don't have it.
sent to you also. It was sent to you, Brahma, me, and Tiffany.
Well,
on
I
our-
don't know why I didn't get it.
One, but it's not like a full claim packet. It's the cover, it's the part that we need, which is the cover that says everything that's in the claim.
What date was it, Lisa?
Yesterday at 9 a.m. 9:50.
No, I don't have it.
okay, I sent out the whole claim. I don't know why I sent out only that
Oh, I only have one page.
portion of it, so.
And I didn't even get it on my email.
I know there must be something up because I sent you and Lisa an email for saying that the conference line was open, and I don't think you guys got that either because Lisa sent me an email asking if that line was open.
Yeah, some of your stuff to me, Carlos, and Oscar's stuff went into my spam for some reason, but I recovered some of it.
Yeah, the last email I got from you was our agenda on our state update meeting.
Check your spam, Brahma and Tiffany, because it went in my spam and then I had to recover it.
Okay, yeah, so I sent, yeah, it only sent that one page. But I can go over the claim.
Oh, it went in my spam. Why would it go in my spam?
I don't know. It did the same thing with me. It usually doesn't. Oscar's did too. Something Oscar sent. And both things Carlos sent me went in my spam.
Probably because I'm not somebody that's been emailing you guys regularly, maybe. Okay, so basically claim 11, and I apologize for crying babies, but
Junior.
The total claim ended up, I know that when we went over it last meeting, it was 4,000 something, but it's only gonna be $3,402 because some of the invoices that these D Jasper and Associates had sent were repeating invoices. So let me go to the summary of charges. So basically for task 1 4A planning, which is board meeting administration charge summary, there's $600, $100 for an ad hoc meeting, and $500 for the planning meeting.
Can you share your screen?
Uh,
People didn't get it.
Probably not, because when I use my computer to do the calls, I can't hear any sound, so I do the calls through my phone.
Oh.
But let me see, how could I do this? I can send somebody an email of the claim, and maybe they can share.
I guess I could share it. Hold on. Oh, but you're
But
just
you only
reading.
have you only have that one page, so I can send you
Yeah,
the whole thing
yeah.
if you want.
Well, why don't you send it to Tiffany because she could share it
Okay, I'll send it to Tiffany right now.
and she can forward it to whoever needs it.
And Tiffany, I didn't put any subject or anything. I'm just sending you claim 11. And I just sent that to you now.
Okay, I am signing in. Just give me a minute.
Did you get it, Tiffany?
It's yes. I just got that, and I will download it onto the laptop so I can share it. Almost there. Okay. Can you see the claim?
Perfect, yes.
Okay, where do you want me to go to, Carlos?
Well, I don't know if do you guys want me to go over it, or Lisa, you want to go over it?
Why don't you go over it, Carlos? And
Okay.
then we can just
Okay, so before I start going over it, actually, I do got a a comment, and I want a direction as to what you guys would like me to do on this, because if you go to page 4, that page right there. Actually, before you go to page 4, go to page 3, Tiffany.
Okay. This one?
Okay, yeah, right there. Anytime you put in any kind of amount on any of the activities, like let's say, for instance, on this one, I put $708 on project management, administration, and legal. Anytime you put an amount on any of these lines, it's going to round up. So basically, that 708 should have been like 707.50. So then in this sheet, it rounds it. There's no way you can change it. So the amount came out to 3402 at the bottom. Now go to page 4. Okay, so if you notice in page 4, this page does not round it. So the total planning claim is actually 3401. So if you go to the bottom, you see where it says total planning and the total is 3401. That's what we're actually claiming, but since the other sheet rounds it up at every category, at every input line, then it rounded it up to 3402. So do you guys want me to round page 4 so it can go to 3402 as well, or just leave it as is?
No, we had a problem when we did that. Because the state does not round up, correct? I remember this happening before on the.
No, they were rounding down, if I remember
rounding
correctly.
down, right.
And so we were shorted money.
No, the
So-
state actually rounds up. So if you notice on page 3, if you go, like I said, I
Right.
have 708 on there. It's actually inputted as 70750. So it rounds it up to 708. And then the 2694 is actually 2693.50, and it rounds it up to 2694. So therefore, it's rounded up $1 here, but the actual claim is 3401. But I mean, a dollar is not going to make a big difference, but
It does make a difference in the
That's
sense
the match, doesn't it?
that our invoices don't match. And so it becomes weird for us because some of it's rounded down, some of it's rounded up, but it doesn't match the actual invoices. So I would say on at least one page, and you probably need to make a note to that effect on their page, but on the page that we look at, I mean, we need a page that matches our invoices.
well, what I'm saying then is I can, well, I don't know. I can't change page 3 because
That's
it's,
what I'm saying. You might want to leave.
copyrighted.
page
Well,
four.
I'll speak to Eric about this on Monday because I'm off tomorrow, and I'll let him know what he wants us to do on this, or if he can do anything on his end so they can match.
Right, because this came up before.
Yeah, because I didn't know what you guys were doing with Dave before, so that's why I was asking.
I thought we had figured something out to make it match because we had an issue with it and it goofed us up because they actually rounded down. And then we were confused because the amount that we got back didn't match our invoices and it just got a little weird.
Unless
If you have multiple invoices. So
I
I'm
was gonna
not
say, the only thing I can do is if I put whole numbers on page 3, and then I could put 708 for one, and then I can round up on one and round down on the other one to make it. But I think it'd be better if I talk to Eric.
Don't want that, Carlos. We want stuff that matches our invoices.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to talk to Eric then as far as to what I need to do on that.
Right, and if his page does not match, but then that's a problem too, because like I said, in the past, they actually they rounded down and sent us less money, and then it was like weird for us because we were having to, it didn't match our invoices, so
Yeah,
it was very confusing.
But we just have to eat that dollar. I mean, I think it's because they're gonna pay us what's on that page 3. So
yeah, they are.
So we'll be getting a dollar more that's gonna go into our Lake of the Woods planning account. And
Yeah.
so sometimes it's gonna end up being short. So we just have to make sure there's enough money in there when we send out checks.
But that wasn't happening for a while. It was happening and then it stopped happening.
Well, the
Like
thing
the
is that
last-
in all the claims that I've done, Lisa, for all these years, anything over 50 cents, they're gonna round it up to the next dollar. Anything under 50 cents, they're gonna round it down to the down dollar below. So,
Well, then I don't know, that's a little interesting because no one's brought that to my attention. I mean, that came up, like I said, in the pre-planning, and I don't recall it coming up, and we're on claim 11 of planning, and I don't recall it coming up in the planning.
And I'm gonna check the other claims, but I think it might have came up.
So no one's noticing it.
Yeah, either nobody noticed it or something, but I'm gonna check. So that's what I noticed it today. Maybe in the other claims, it came out to where it rounded up perfectly to what it needed to. But in all claims that I've done, even for other districts and stuff, they round up and round down, so the claims are not exactly what they're
So
either
the-
a dollar off or cents off.
So I'd like to see page 4 reflect the actual amount with a note on either page 3 or page 4, probably on page 4, because page 3 is, going to the state. So with
Yeah.
a note that says what's going on.
Okay, so you want me to round the numbers up on page 4 and then put a note on there?
Yeah,
No,
just put, yeah.
no, that's not what I said.
Well,
I
you
said
said you
I-
want to
Well,
reflect.
that's the only one you can change, Lisa. You can't change page 3.
You're not listening, either one of you. I said I do want the actual invoice numbers on page 4 with a note saying that it does not match page 3 because on page 3, the state automatically rounds up or rounds down, but I would like a page that matches our invoices. So 4 does not have to reflect the exact same thing if you have a note on there reflecting that on page 3, the state is rounding up or down.
Okay,
Well,
so this.
page 4 reflects the actual invoices.
Okay, so
Correct.
this is what she just said. Basically, to clarify, we're gonna leave page
Really?
4
Nobody
as it is, and we're gonna
understood
put, we're gonna put a note on there that it doesn't match, correct, Director Schoenberg? Because I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Yeah, she's just saying I'm gonna put a note on page 4 saying, these numbers do not match because the state rounds these numbers up
Right,
in page 3.
okay, that's fine. I was just trying to clarify because I wasn't understanding.
Okay, let's go ahead.
I'll do that.
All right.
Okay, so basically, for directors' meetings, it was $600 for the 2 meetings, 100 for the ad hoc and 500 for the planning. For staff cost, it was a total of $107.50, which the state rounded up to 108 basically. For Testful admin from D. Jasper and Associates, and let me get the invoice number, which I still need. Oh, actually, I say see attached. So invoice number for that is 21-09017, and for a total of $1,089. And then for task 4B, Testful design, water quality testing, and hydrogeology report, there was one invoice for water quality, which invoice number 21-09014, for a total of $812.50. And then for hydrogeology report, there was invoice 21-09015 for a total of $792. So the total amount of claim 11, which I need to change that from claim 10 to claim 11, is $3,401. Any questions?
And the actual, so this is with the rounded up or rounded down.
This is the actual.
Okay.
The rounded up would be 3,402.
Okay.
And the only thing I need to add to this claim, well, I need to add that note to page 4 and then fix one claim 10 to claim 11. And then I need to add, I need the minutes from the planning meeting from 9/23. And then I need the sign-in sheets from both meetings. And I think I got everything else.
I'll send those.
So Tiffany, you're gonna send those to Carlos, and you're gonna go ahead and submit Carlos, correct?
And you gotta change the bottom, Carlos, it says total claim 10 charges. It
Yeah,
should
that's-
say 11.
Yeah, that's what I gotta change. And then I'll, as soon as I get the stuff from Tiffany, I'll send out a copy of the completed signed claim. And once I get signatures as well. And I'll send those out to you, Tiffany, so you can get signatures,
Okay.
the 2 pages.
Okay, I make a motion that we pay, that we go ahead and approve claim 11. With the asterisk on page 4 that Director Schoenberg mentioned,
And the other amendments that were
and the
mentioned.
other amendments or corrections for typos.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I'll second it.
Director Gibson has seconded. Roll call of directors. Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg,
Aye.
Director Garcia is an aye. 5-0-0, motion carried. Thank you. Moving along to number 6. Discussion vote on FPPUD meter replacement project and emergency well supply project. A, discussion vote update on going out to bid for well 7. Where's all that stand, Dee?
Push the bid date to the 23rd, so that November 23rd, we moved it 20 days. We're really concerned about getting competitive bids. The well drillers are very, very busy. Some are indicating that they are not interested in bidding. Some are interested in bidding, but and we're in a situation where we got a bunch of really busy well drillers, and so hopefully we'll by pushing it another 20 days, we'll collect 1 or 2 more bidders. So that's I think wise thing to do. We've at Lake of the Woods, I think I've mentioned it before several years ago. We bid a test well and got no responses at all, and we bid a production well. And we got, I think, 1 bidder, and so we want to avoid that this time if we can.
Do you need a vote on that, Dee? You do,
Yes,
correct?
I think so.
Okay, I'd like to move that we go ahead and allow our engineer to push the date forward by 2 weeks for the bids to all come in for well number 7.
I have a second.
I'll second that.
Director Kelly has seconded. Roll call of directors. Director Gibson,
Actually,
Aye.
I'm sorry, before we vote on that, was it 2 weeks? It's actually almost 3 weeks, correct?
20 days, Lisa, yes.
Okay, so yeah, so let me amend that 20 days.
do you accept the friendly amendment, Director Kelly?
I accept it.
Okay, thank you. Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg,
Aye.
Director Garcia is an aye. 5-0-0, motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, B, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, B.
No, I just said thank you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. B, discussion vote on going out to bid for the meter replacement.
Well, before we move on to that, Johnny, I mean, this would be the point where we could talk about what Johnny and Dee were trying to discuss, which is that we may have some issues with getting, I mean, we can just mention that more clearly on record, the issues that exist as far as getting a rig in there and as far as,
Thank you, thank you for keeping us on point on that one, Director Schoenberg. I was discussing with Johnny that I knew that there was a gate between our parcel that houses, well number 5 and our property. But what I wasn't understanding, I guess the rig is so long, it doesn't maybe make the turns on the Fraser Park streets to access that entry or to access that parcel. And so what he was saying is if we could get the ability to come in through the wide gate on the Sayer property, then obviously we'd need their permission. And he wanted to do that and get well 7 built before we notify them that we're interested in purchasing the parcel for well number 8.
So my one issue with this is that I think that the original spot that we had talked about, which would have necessitated exactly what we're talking about right now, was on the other side of the property, and that's where we were, thinking about drilling at one point, but then we did not do that because it necessitated them bringing the rig over the Saya property. Now that we have no choice in either case, is it not, is it something we may want to reconsider where the location is? Because now we would have the rig having to access that from that property anyway.
Maybe I could.
Steve? Yeah, please, if you could comment on that.
If we move it to the other side, we'll have to park the rig on their property and actually be doing the drilling operation on their property. If we go with the location that we've already selected, really all we're asking to do is to just cross the property and get our equipment through that gate on the other side of well 5.
Oh, okay. So we're just as a thoroughfare, not setting up and not drilling on their property, merely mobilizing and demobilizing 1, 2. So it'd be twice we'd cross their property.
Right. And one other thing, and Johnny has also asked the caretaker about this, and that is being able to dispose of the development water on the property, pretty much like we did on the test well. And that was favorably accepted. And so I think we're in pretty good shape by doing that. And it just basically keeps us off this guy's property. I could share my screen and show you the site and show you how tight it is and where that access is if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay. Directors have spoken.
That would be perfect. Now, one question, Dee, how soon should we be sending them like an official letter asking them for access?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Because my concern is that we go out and we get the bids and we get it, if we don't have approval, then we're going to have to go to court or something.
I think we have enough time right now to kind of play this a little bit by ear. If we get bids in on the 23rd, our driller is not going to be able to start till after the first of the year, maybe even February. So we have a little bit of time. I think it's best right now to just kind of just lay low, talk, maybe weekly or so. Johnny's been doing some favors for some really minor favors for him. I think provided some no hunting signs or something like that. And I think maybe we should take a little bit of time and see if we can develop that. And then when we know that we have the date that we're going to, 60 days out, that'll give us enough time if we have to go to court to get permission to drive across the property. So I'd say let's get the bids in, and I don't think we're going to get anybody that wants to start January 1st. But even at that, we could get access if we needed to.
Okay.
You can see, if you see my screen, you see well 5, and here's the entrance right there. And of course, we did our test well right here. We would come in here and drive along here and go through the gate and get to this side. Our problem is making that turn right there. That is so tight you can hardly make it with a pickup. We might be able to come down here and then back into there. I don't know. This is really a tight area. Even coming back up in here and making this turn, I even with a pickup, you gotta kind of plan your turn. So I think really the best way to do this, even if we have to pay a little bit of money to maybe get some kind of a temporary, permission from the owner to traverse this.
And D, there's no, that's like is that like a ditch down in there? Is a gully like that right in that area?
Yes, that's a ditch right in there.
Okay, because it looks like you could maybe just come right off the road over on the left-hand side further up, but
yeah,
like right through this area right there. But
yeah, it's pretty rough in here. That's a ditch there and kind of a levee there. And this is sort of a drainage that goes down this way.
so that's what Johnny was talking about. That, I mean, there is a possibility you could like fill in and make like a little road to just bring it over in that area, maybe, if we had to.
Yeah.
It's just a lot more work.
Yes. And we'd have to get some type of permission from the county to, temporarily cut this drainage off to get across it, and then, guarantee that we'd immediately put it back so that, in the wintertime, there'd be room for the drainage to continue.
Yeah,
our side.
probably be harder to get any approval from the county than it would be to go the other route.
Yeah.
But I have a question. So is there enough room to drive through that gate from where you're saying onto the property and then park the rig on the other side where it would have to be parked?
It's tight, but we can always remove the gate or remove a little bit of this fencing to get our rig through. It's not a real big gate, but there's enough room if we need it, we can get by there. It's tight. It's all tight, but it's doable.
Okay.
All righty then. 23rd B, going out to bid for meter replacement.
We're working on it, gathering information in the field right now, and we haven't, put a bid package together yet. I talked to Curtis about it this afternoon, and we're looking at maybe a couple of alternatives to maybe speed some things up, and I'll fill you in on it when after Curtis and I get have a few more conversations about it, and with Johnny. And but right
we're
now,
gonna have to carry that one over
right
to next planning.
Yes.
Okay. Got it, Tiffany? C,
Yeah, I got it.
thank you. Discussion vote on claims and payouts. Got any action there, Director Schoenberg?
No, well, actually, you did send something, D, in regard to that, right? But it's not going to be on a claim yet.
Right.
So are we able to just hold off on that until we I don't think we've even signed anything with the state yet.
Yeah, right now, yes, we can and we will. And eventually we'll get, all this worked out between self-help and the state and get a funding agreement put together. So no, we're fine.
So yeah, Tiffany, just keep that in a file for claims so that we can.
There's still one more outstanding bill on this from Young Wooldridge, and it was from July.
I thought we paid that.
We talked about it. Right?
I don't think we've paid the meter well when I don't have that down.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well,
Well, I think we're going to pay that and then hold it and make sure that we put that on a claim.
yeah, so I agree with Director Schoenberg. I think we need to put that for maybe the next meeting, go ahead and pay the Young and Woolridge, and then we could get reimbursed. We'll have to.
So we'll carry that on over to the next planning.
The regular meeting.
Okay, Reg.
A regular meeting? Oh yeah, regular meeting, so we can pay it at yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, it's number 7. Discussion vote on emergency repairs to Wolf Booster and Tank site. A, discussion vote on the retention payment.
So I think we asked that question during the financials, but I just want to make sure that that's clarified. So we got a letter in regard to Wolf. I know that we did the letter of completion that Johnny did, but did we get something from Unified saying that they were all done, or from?
Is that the one we're waiting for the release?
We're waiting.
I believe it is. I was looking for it in the files. I've got a text to Curtis to ask him if we've received the unconditional waiver and release upon final payment form. The contractor has to sign that.
Right.
So we should be holding. We should be holding that retention check as well until that's signed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so Brahma, that one too.
Yep, I know.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
So we'll carry that over to the next, planning?
Well, we could vote to approve the retention payment. So I'd make a motion that we pay the retention payment, that we hold the check until we get the release form.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Director Gibson has seconded. Roll call directors. Director Gibson.
Aye.
Director Kelly.
Aye.
Director Nyman.
Aye.
Director Schoenberg.
I'm going to say aye, but I believe we already did this vote once.
Okay, Director Garcia is an aye. 5-0-0. Motion carried.
Well, the problem is we do the financial thing and then we have it on here for a vote. So I don't think it hurts to vote it twice.
I think we got it now. Number 8, discussion vote on pipeline replacement project. A, discussion update on the project funding.
We still haven't received an appropriate letter. We received a letter from Vince Fong's office, but we did not receive the actual letter that we've been waiting for from the state of California. So
yeah,
we have not moved forward with that.
And I'll make the comment that I think Vince Fong's office was just stating about the original offer from the DWR, and I don't think that they probably have that correct information, because they were not in the loop when we had our meetings with the State Water Resource Board and DWR.
I
And-
believe that they did reach out to Vince Fong's office, but Vince Fong's office is running nothing. They just got like an update for us, which is what they did, and now it's going to be up to somebody calling. But as far as I know, I thought Oscar Carlos was going to reach out, but we have to wait till Lawrence Sanchez is back, right?
Right. Lawrence said it went to his immediate, people that it went
And-
up the chain of command, but
And
But-
if I can interrupt, Pam's got some news on this that she can share.
Please, Pam.
Hey guys, I was trying to raise my hand. So I checked with Matt Freeze today. He's filling in for Lawrence, or it might be his head up. But anyway, DFA Executive Director has it on his desk now. And then once it's signed by him, it should be coming in email or mail to us as of today. That was my conversation with Matt.
Awesome.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay,
And then once we have that letter, then we can start the mapping and potholing.
excellent, mate. Okay, discussion and vote on contract with D. Jasper and Associates.
So it was brought to our attention at the state update meeting that right now the contract needs to be between D. Jasper and Associates and Self Help Enterprises for us to start the potholing and mapping, and that we're not going to actually need a contract with him until we physically have the, the funding agreement. So, or right before we have the funding agreement. I think we need it before we can do the funding agreement, but it would be after the TA funds are depleted. So right now, he really needs to work on a contract with, two things need to happen. Self-Help needs to work on their contract with the state, and then D needs to work on his contract with Self-Help. And then we should hold off on this until such time as we're ready to do a contract with D in regard to the actual pipeline replacement, the full project, as opposed to the portion of the project that's being paid with TA.
Okay,
Right, because we're not going to have a contract with him when he does potholing and mapping. He'll provide us with scope of work, but that's about it. And it'll be between him and Self-Help Enterprises on payment and all that.
okay, so then we should bring this up at a later date.
Well, it comes up 3 more times right now under this item, so let's do C, D, and E, because it's all the same. It all.
All part of this. Yep. Okay, well,
Okay. And the only thing I got on this is that D has given me some numbers, but he still has to get numbers from Tom Dodson and Associates as far as the environmental. But I'm trying to get clarification on how much work to include in the TA work plan, because usually when a district or mutual or whatever gets construction funding, they would have all the all the preliminary work done, where it's mapping, potholing, environmental work. And then I think at least minimum, some of them required 30%, some 60, and sometimes 90% of plans and specs. So I would think design would have to be almost complete before the construction funding. So I'm going to get some clarification from Lawrence or Matt at the state to see if we're going to include design, which I think we probably are in our TA work plan.
Yeah, I think we've done that on other stuff. So included like a portion of the design, the initial part of that, and environmental.
Yeah, because that's all part of preliminary anyways.
Yeah. So,
okay, well,
so I'm gonna need, and more than likely, my manager said that even if I don't get a clear clarification from the state, to probably go ahead and include that in the work plan and then see what the state does. So, I'm gonna need numbers for that as well, D.
I was getting my dinner ready. What did you say, Carlos?
Oh,
What do you
yeah,
need?
we're probably gonna have to include design as well in that scope of work in the estimate that I'm gonna include in the TA work plan.
Okay, what we can do is, we'll put that as another line item. You want that same tabulation, just expanded, the one that I sent you?
Yeah, that's fine. For now, well, for now I need more than anything, I need how much all that's gonna cost. So then I can put it down on the work plan, and then once we do the amendment between you and between your company and she, then I'll need a in-depth scope of work as to what all the work is gonna entail. That way we can do the contract.
So basically, D, I think what he's looking for is the numbers, which would be the 289,000 for the mapping and potholing. Then he needs environmental, and he needs the
Design.
design.
The 289 was not all the mapping and potholing.
No,
it was-
it's 377 now.
Okay,
The,
well, yeah, I that's the number I had before. Whatever the numbers are is
and I did talk with Tom Dodson, and the latest tabulation, Carlos, does have the environmental work for the potholing and locating. It does not have environmental work for any construction, but we do have an estimate for the potholing from Tom.
Okay, yeah, we wouldn't need construction now, I don't think.
Okay, now, when you say design on this, Carlos, we'll estimate how many, linear feet or trails we're gonna do with the $9 million.
Yeah,
And then get a rough idea of what that design cost to be, but it's not construction management, it's merely design, correct?
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, I don't think I don't think we're gonna include anything that has to do with the construction part in the TA work plan. It's just the stuff that's gonna take us to construction. But like I said, I'm gonna reach out, I'm gonna reaching out to Lawrence and hopefully he'll have an answer for me by Monday. And if you can give me those numbers next week, then I can have the work plan submitted to the state by the week after that.
All right, well, we'll take our best shot at the design number and we'll add it. We'll add it to that, Carlos, as another line item.
Yeah, and if you guys can think of anything else that I might be missing, I think that's all we need to put in as far as to get us to construction. So
I'll Curtis and I will have a little get together and talk about it and make sure that we're covering everything.
yeah, because I think with this TA work plan, it's kind of like we're doing the planning with the TA work plan.
Mhm.
So I think a lot of the work that would get done there.
Okay.
And
Well-
I don't know what percentage they're going to require you to have the plans done, because I know sometimes engineers will do 30%, 60%. I think usually they do like 90% plans and specs before construction, but
Oh, yeah.
I'm not too sure what they're going to require.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that this would not include bidding and all of that. It's basically plans and specs and anything that we would need to get to the point where we're ready to bid it. And that's usually at a 90% level.
Yeah, because when you go out to
Better.
bid, that's in construction usually.
Yeah,
Once you have the, what is it called, the final budget agreement from the state or something.
Okay, well, looks like we've covered everything in 8, B, C, D, Any?
Yes.
Let's move on to number 9.
And I think that's all that you guys would need me for, right?
Well, number 10,
Number
Community
10,
Waters COVID Relief Program.
well, basically on that one, Tiffany can answer that because you just need to submit the application or complete
Okay.
the application.
All right, thank you,
Needs
Carlos.
help. Okay,
Have a good night, man. Thank you.
you guys too. Bye.
All right, number 9, discussion vote update on Cal OES Community Power Resiliency allocation to special districts grant. A, discussion vote update on the bid for the purchase of the generators. Where are we at on that?
We
D,
have the bids. Our Curtis did some checking with getting, substituting tier 3 generators and found out that there's not much savings there. There's so little savings that he recommends that we go with tier 4 all the way. Basically, what was bid. And that's 200, let's see, I'm trying to get that number up. That number was $288,800. And that's all tier 4. And
I thought that was the price for the tier 3 and the tier 4 was more than that. I could be wrong, but
No, you're not wrong, John. It was more than that.
I misspoke.
yeah,
It was like 400,000 something.
yeah.
You're right. It's 408,691. I read the wrong number. 408,691 was all tier 4, and then the grant being 288,800. So that leaves 120,000 if we were to buy all 6. Would leave 120 that we would have to come up with.
Plus, we have to pay for the
Yeah, it's a lot more than
installation.
right.
So what's the cost on?
Well, actually, we discussed that. The installation would be pouring slabs and then just getting the jumper cables like we have on the portable, but use that to wire it into the cabinets that we already spent the money for to have the switch over connections made. So that's going to save a lot of money. The money's going to be the cost of cables and then the cost of the slabs. And if need be, I would imagine that the district can go ahead and pour the slabs.
But maybe I'm confused on the project. I thought we were having another person.
And initially,
for the electrical, what about the electrical and all that? Because there was some costs that we never discussed, that we never finished approving on that phase. Wasn't that correct?
Initially, the thought was that we would have P&J Electric come in and hardwire them in to all the cabinets. But for the sake of getting the generators that we need, the way the portable was set up at all our sites is there's 4 cables that are color coded that you twist lock onto the generator and onto the SCADA cabinet, and then you flip a breaker that makes it to where the generator works. There's no reason why, since these are backup generators, that we can't do that at every site and save us a bunch of money on the installations. The biggest cost is going to be whatever the cables cost for 9 sites and the slabs that we're going to have to pour to set the generators on, and enclosures for the generators to keep them from getting stolen if they're even stealable. Since they're not going to be on a trailer, I don't think anybody's going to be able to walk off with them. Do you have any idea what the weight of them are, D?
Oh, no, I don't. They're heavy. They're really
Yeah,
heavy.
I'm sure nobody's going to be able to just pick them up and lift them over the fence and steal them. So,
Oh, yeah.
so that's what we had boiled it down to, where we could save a ton of money by just using the cables. And again, we spent a few $1,000s on every site just getting those quick connects set in the cabinets and the breakers fixed. So we might as well use them.
Absolutely.
I have a question about the quick connects, although I don't have the agenda in front of me right now, so I don't know if this is out of order. But are those cables going to have copper wiring where we have to worry about somebody stealing the cables for wiring?
Well, everything that we own and everything in the field has got copper wiring in it. If we,
I
you know,
know. but I'm saying-
but the cable, since we would only be hooking them up when we need them, we could have them locked somewhere normally, and then when we have to hook them up to run them, then at that time is when we would have them out where people could see them.
So you're saying these generators are not going to just turn on automatically or anything? It's going to be something where someone goes and connects the
Yeah.
cable at the point where we need them.
Yeah, and then at some point, if we, you know, actually have the money to where we want to do something different with that, then maybe we can. But, you know, in the meantime, at least we'll make sure we can provide water to everybody.
Absolutely. Okay.
So I think the question is, do we want to come up with 120,000 to fill that gap?
I think,
Well, I have one more question. So right now we're planning on just what? Putting these in the yard, and then how are we getting them to the site?
You would use a forklift or a truck and a forklift at the site to offload them. I mean, they delivered all the ones. I mean, they have to deliver them, and they deliver them on a truck with the forklift. So,
But
I
they're
mean,
not
it's
going
going to be no different.
delivered. They're not going to be able to be delivered to the site because we're not going to have the pads for them.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
it would make sense just to have them at the yard. Yeah, initially.
and
Any
I
more
guess,
discussion on that?
well, I guess the question is how soon can we get the pads together?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to start pouring pads until I know that we have the generators. You know, we got to make sure we're going to get the generators, the lead time on the generators, and then we'll start scheduling pouring the pads as time permits to get them put in. We would start with Wolf Tank. Wolf Tank has a couple of additional problems, but the main problem that's always hindered us was getting the generators. Once we get them, then we could decide on the installation of each one.
Well, I think we can plan simultaneously. Like if
Well,
we
there's-
approve this,
there-
then we can start planning on what we need to do for the pads and mapping that
Yeah,
out.
Well, they're going to be simple pads. I mean, it's rebar and forms for whatever dimension that we need. And the planning would be when we could schedule it in with our crew to in between leaks or meter reads to get the pads poured. I happen to know a board member that has a history of masonry and concrete, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be easy setting them up, and it's not going to be a insurmountable job to get them done. The hardest part is going to be getting them through a couple of gates where there's fences around. We'll probably have to remove the fence, place the generators in, and then put the fence back up.
That makes sense.
But we really can't plan the actual putting them in until the time comes. Like, you know, I can't foresee what's going to happen in the months ahead.
Well, are we going to agree to purchase them? I think that we haven't come to a consensus on that yet.
Well, I think we need to go with the tier 4. We definitely need to go with all tier 4. And so I'm of the opinion that, you know, we did get partial money. We should go ahead and purchase all the generators for the 408,000 and kick in the extra 120,000 out of our, we can take it out of our, either our SLA fund or take it out of our long-term fund.
Yeah, I do need to throw one more thing out here is remember, we got to go back to what Cal OES said that they would pay for in the extensions and they wouldn't promise anybody an extension, but what happens if we commit to it, we commit to the purchase, and then for some reason, Cal OES doesn't give us the extension, and then we wind up having to come out of pocket for all of it. Something to think about. Now, I personally feel like it's worth the risk because no matter what, we need these generators to provide water, but we do have to throw it out there that the extension is no guarantee.
Mhm.
Well, Dee, what did they say as far as the delivery of when they were able to deliver on this bid?
Well, I don't remember what they had. I think it was really tight from the standpoint of getting them here on time. And I forget what that date was, Tiffany. I think you know it, but in discussions with Curtis today, he said we really need to make a decision tonight in order to award it or to award, not award it. Or
Now, if we award it, now what percentage do we have to put up front initially?
I don't have that answer. I can get that.
Because my question would be if we already sent them a check for 40% of them or whatever, Cal OES, if we've ordered them and we've already paid for them, I can't imagine that they're going to come back and try and take that money back.
And I would agree. The implication was that if we prove that we were far enough ahead into the project, that is a realistic thing. The fact is most people that got these grants aren't going to be able to beat our timing. So it does legitimately look like we could get the extension because we're already at the payment stage. So hopefully that's the way it goes.
Director Nyman, would you care to put that in a motion?
I make a motion that we go ahead and award the contract for the Tier 4 generators in the amount of $408,000, and that we put in from Fraser Park Public Utility District the extra money that isn't covered by the grant.
Do I have a second?
I will second it.
Director Gibson has seconded. Roll call of directors. Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg,
Aye.
Director Garcia is an aye. 5-0-0. Motion carried.
Okay, well, we'll get the award letter out tomorrow and then update you with respect to timing and just what we'll have to do for deposits and all of that.
Yeah, and because I would like to get that deposit to them, and then that way we can provide, and then we should provide that information to Cal OES that we have we've gone forward with purchasing generators and that we put down a deposit. And I think that might solidify everything even better. But so we should do that rather quickly, I think.
Well, that's what carries to item 90.
Yes, we have just discussed and voted to pay for the purchase and installation at this point.
Okay, go on. I'm sorry.
No. So I'm going to check B off because we've covered that. But what about let's discuss and vote on engineering and design. Will there be any design work needed by you, Dee, for the pads?
I wouldn't think so. These generators are going to be ground mounted in an area that won't, they're not going to fall on anybody or, it's not going to harm anybody. And they're going to be anchored down.
Somebody needs to mute themselves. Stan? What about the plumber?
Very good.
There we go. So I don't, we will assist to the degree that we have to, but I don't see any, I think we might size some anchor bolts and maybe
Yeah, a little sketch is all we need.
that kind of thing.
Thickness, 6-inch pad, 8-inch pad,
Yes,
strength of concrete, reinforcement, 12, 16, 18 inches on center, whatever. Just something that we can make sure it sticks together. And then, like you said, the design bolts are the hold down or any anchoring it needs. If we need a ground cable in the foundation, that should be poured in with the pour. So anything like that. That's all. But it'll all fit on an 8.5 by 11 sketch.
yep.
So yeah, that's all we need. Great. And I am licensed as a C8 concrete contractor, so it's valid, it's current, and I could, oversee the work that's being done.
Great.
Okay. So yeah. All right, let's go on to
So, on that, D, what do you think the cost of just doing that little sketch and stuff? I think we need to approve that, what your cost is gonna be.
Well, that's a good, $200, $300 a site. Maybe.
Okay, and we have what, 6 sites?
Yeah,
So you're looking at about $2,000.
yeah.
Okay, so should we, I make a motion that we approve D to do the engineering design for the pads as Director Garcia has described, and for the cost of about $2,000.
do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I'll second it.
Director Kelly has seconded the motion. Roll call of directors. Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg,
Aye.
Director Garcia is an aye. 5-0-0. Motion carried. D, discussion vote on the project progress report for Cal OES.
So that report is due by the end of November 30th. And I don't know if you want me to, it's like a questionnaire type thing, but about a paragraph for maybe 8 questions. I don't know if you want me to fill it out, but if you would like me to, I'm just requesting maybe a meeting with Dee and Johnny and whoever else so that I can clarify all the correct answers. But
Yes,
if you-
please.
because of the holidays and all that and giving me time to prepare it, I'm hoping we can do that within a week or 2. So maybe
Yeah,
I think
I'm
we-
available.
exceed like the 14th of November. That way I'll have time to write it up and get it turned in.
So
the project ad hoc to do it with you.
Excellent. Would you like to put that in a motion, Director Schoenberg?
Do we need a,
Well, it says discussion vote. I don't know.
what I'd like, D, is if we could when we award it, that we know what we need to put down with the supplier, so that maybe we could have by the second week in November of our meeting, the regular meeting, that we could cut that check for that deposit by then.
Okay,
Because that way we could give them their deposit, and then we can make sure that that goes in that report with Tiffany.
don't we potentially need that earlier than that because of, so that they, don't they have to get started on it right away so we even get them in time if it is?
Well, yeah, well, if we need to have a check cut early, we'll do that. I guess Dee needs to find out that information, and
Maybe you could, maybe you guys could approve the
I
check
think
and have,
yeah.
and have the project ad hoc, have the authority to sign it and get signatures to give the deposit sooner.
Yeah, I think we need to do that.
Would you make that motion, Director Schoenberg?
I think someone else should make the motion since I'm the project ad hoc as well as you.
I'll entertain a motion.
Got
I
it?
will make a motion that we have Tiffany, along with the help of the ad hoc committee, fill out and submit the papers for the California Water and Wastewater Arrearages Payment Program.
But
What-
that's not really what we're asking. We need to be able to potentially give a down payment check, which is
This
completely
is actually part
separate.
of B,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, it's on the generator project.
It's on the
Okay, so-
generator project.
Yeah, well, we had
sorry.
finished that one, so we're going back to B now?
I think, maybe what might work is, just a confirmation. Once we find out tomorrow what we have to do, then a confirmation by maybe 3 of the directors, telephone call.
You can't do that, D. We would have to have a meeting.
Only have
That's a
two.
serial meeting.
Yeah.
Two.
Oh,
Well, we
well,
have to
then 2
agree on
of the
something tonight.
We just,
How about
we've approved purchasing it already, so all we need is a motion that whatever the down payment is, that we have the ability to cut that check and get 3 signatures to send that down payment so that the generators can be ordered.
Right.
As soon as possible.
Okay, so is that a motion, Director Nyman?
He shouldn't be making the motion, nor should I. It should come from one of the other 2 directors.
Okay, would you like to reword your motion, Director Gibson?
No. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, and
We actually went back. Okay, so what happened is we didn't do this correctly, but we went back to 9B because it's 2 separate things. So you need the motion that you were trying to make under D in regard to the report, but even before that, we need to be able to cut a check for whatever the down payment is, and we don't know that right now. So we need to be able to meet with D, 2 people, the ad hoc, which is already in place, and get that amount and be able to ask our bookkeeper to cut a check and take that check around for 3 signatures and get that check sent to the company. So that's the first thing that needs to happen, which is actually 9B. And then the motion you were making, Becky, on 9D still needs to happen. That's fine, but it's before we can even deal
Go
with
there.
the report. We need to like put a down payment.
I didn't realize we'd gone back to B. Okay, so I will make a motion that I will try to make as much sense as I can. I will make a motion that the ad hoc committee finds out the amount from D for the down payment on the generators, and that we will have the bookkeeper cut the check for that amount.
And allow us to, take it around for
Pass around
signature.
signatures.
And to take it around to the different directors for signatures.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Director Kelly, a second that motion. Roll call of directors. Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Abstain.
Director Schoenberg,
Abstain.
Director Garcia is an aye. 3-0, 2 abstentions. Motion carried. Okay, going
now-
back to D, would you like to rephrase your motion, Director Gibson?
Right, and now on this, now Tiffany doesn't
you're
need to
right,
work
you're
with an
right.
ad hoc on this, right?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
she does. She needs to work with the ad hoc and with
Fill out the
Dee,
app.
and with Johnny.
What ad
Uh,
hoc?
The same, I mean, it can just be the same. You just do the project guide. She just needs to be able to ask questions and get
Fill
permission
out the
to
form.
fill this in and send it off. So we just need to, we can't do it as a whole. We probably need to do it too soon, so we don't necessarily, I mean, she may be able to bring it to the November meeting and have us actually vote on it, but in case we need to send it off before then, I think you just want a motion that's allowing us to work on it without the entire board.
Okay, I will make a motion that we have Tiffany, along with the help of the ad hoc committee, fill out the paperwork for the community water system COVID relief program.
No, the
Nine-
project progress
OES.
report for Cal E OES.
California Water and Wastewater Arrearages Payment Program.
No, we're still on 9, Becky.
Brahma, easy. It's 9D, Becky.
We
Oh,
just
okay, sorry.
the heck out of you.
Okay,
Sorry,
for
Becky, you
the,
were
for the,
right
re-
the first time you did it.
I'm just gonna say F it all. And,
No, you had it right the very first time, but before we took you back to 9B. So it's just a second motion that just allows the ad hoc to work with Tiffany and for us to give approval on whatever she needs to fill out and send it off in case we don't have enough time to bring it to the next meeting.
okay, the
And
motion is
it's the
for
progress
Tiffany to be able to fill out with the ad hoc committee the progress report for the CALOs.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Director Kelly has seconded. Roll call directors. Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Abstain.
Director Schoenberg,
Abstain.
Director Garcia is an aye. 302 abstentions. Motion carried. Thank you for that, Becky. Number 10.
I'm sorry, it was like, yeah, sorry
No
about that.
worries, no worries. We got it. Number 10, discussion vote on community water system COVID relief program. Is that you, Tiffany?
That is me.
Okay, thank you.
So initially, when I filled out the survey, we were filling it out for close to $19,000 in arrearages, but 48 accounts, I believe. But since then, a lot of them have paid. So we're down to 32 accounts, a total of $14,617.87. Plus, so we're going to ask for that. Plus, they allow us, they actually included it at 3% administration fee of $438.54. So the total amount that I will be submitting is $15,056.41. I have filled out all of the information for the application, but in order to submit it, I need to attach both of those forms that I included in your packet. So we just need to designate a signer as the first one. And then the second form is, I'm pulling it up right now. Yeah, the first one, authorized representative to sign. And then the second form is for that person to sign the conditions of payment.
I'd be happy to sign them both.
Yeah, normally that would be our president, I would think.
You let me know when you want me to come down and sign them, Tiffany. I'll come down.
Okay.
I think you just need a motion to say that he's the designated representative.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
That way
so
we have a backup.
I'd like to move that we authorize Gerald Garcia to be the authorized representative or designee for the California Water and Wastewater Arrearages Payment Program.
Do I
for
have a
both
second?
the-
I'm
Do I
sorry.
need to say for both, for any forms necessary?
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Director Kelly has seconded it. Roll call of directors. Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg,
Aye.
Director Garcia is an abstention. 4-0-1 abstention. Motion carried. Number 11, review and approve state update meeting minutes for October 21st, 2021. Anybody send in corrections?
Yes.
Awesome. I'll entertain a motion to approve these minutes as corrected.
Tiffany, I know we had some additional wording in this and I can't remember what we had. I'm really tired right now.
Oh, for the motion?
Yeah, because I had suggested that we have some additional wording that, that pertain to us looking and, proofreading these ahead of time and getting that information to you, but I can't remember. You did it once on another one. Can I just move that we approve the state update meeting minutes for 10/21/2021 and use the wording that we used for the previous time that we did this, where we it's a horrible motion. If you could,
You sound like Becky.
I know I do sound like Becky. I'm really tired right now. with the appropriate word from the last motion that I suggested, but that I can't articulate right now.
I'll put that in for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have this teamwork makes the dream work. Do I have a second?
I'll second that brilliant motion.
Excuse me. Director Gibson has seconded motion. Roll call directors. Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg,
Aye.
Director Garcia is an aye. 5-0-0. Motion carried. Okay, number 12. Discussion vote on well number 5 blending station.
D might have some additional stuff, but what it boils down to so far is D has been he has gone from overriding the blending station plan according to the state to now the state has made several revisions where they want more and more and more added. So D has graciously done all those changes. He finally submitted them again. We'll see what the state kicks back, and we'll have another update for you at the next meeting on whether or not he accepts the new plan. Have you got anything further than that, D?
No, that pretty well encapsulates it, Johnny.
Thank you.
Just changes every week.
So
Yeah.
basically, we're not moving forward until Jesse is happy with whatever whatever D's submitting.
That is correct. And it's also what it's going to boil down to is initially purchasing the nitrate analyzer and putting it somewhere. That's one of the things that keeps on getting changed, but putting it somewhere at well 5. And then once we see how far along we are with the well, we'll decide whether or not we have to put in the piping to actually do the jumper line. So we have to wait and see what Jesse kicks back from D's latest revision. D has really worked really hard on making all these changes. And every time we think we got it, then the state kicks it back to us. So we'll see how it goes.
Can we just add to this item, discussion vote on well number 5 blending station and purchase of nitrate analyzer?
Yeah, I didn't worry to this point because it's one of them managerial purchases that if the state dictates we have it, we have no choice but to purchase it. So I was going to go ahead and purchase it anyway because we have no choice. But if you want it as a line item, it's rough, right around $20,000 without installation.
I think it needs to be on here.
Okay.
Even though we're not going to say no because we don't have a choice, but I mean, I just think it should be on here because it's a high amount.
Okay. Here's the deal. Once it gets approved and we got to get it installed, are you going to have me wait to purchase it?
No.
Until the next available.
Why don't we
week?
make a motion? I'll make a motion.
Because that's good.
I'll make a motion that when the state approves the well 5 blending station, that we give General Manager Allison the authority to purchase the a nitrate analyzer and in the amount of about $20,000.
And can you add the amendment to that we also will have to have P&J come in and install it, and possibly Nest come in and program the SCADA system? Possibly Nest, but for sure P&J.
That we have and that we have P&J install the nitrate analyzer. And if we need Nest to program it to our system,
we do that as well.
We do that as well.
Do I have a second?
I'm feeling like Becky.
I'll
Hey.
I'm sorry, Director Schoenberg, was that a second?
Yeah, I'll second that because it all has to do with the blending station. So I believe we can vote on it under 12.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Director Schoenberg has seconded. Director, roll call directors, Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg,
Aye.
Director Garcia is an aye, 500. Motion carried.
I think that's all we need you for tonight, Dee.
Well, I'll take.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Oh, wait a second. We have to talk about November and December dates.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
So let's go to 13 first. New business. Discussion vote on creating an ad hoc committee to review daily deposits. What's that about? I thought you were already looking at that stuff, Director Schoenberg.
No, it's we had talked about it last meeting, and we had suggested, I think Terry Kelling and Director Gibson, Director Kelling and Gibson were both interested in being able to do that. I have so much on my plate already. I think.
Oh, I remember now. The back
it
one.
would be
the back,
fine.
back.
Yeah.
Comparing
we
the checks and the charges.
Right. We didn't have enough people to vote, so now we do. So we just need to create it. So I'd like to.
So what is this about? Because I was not here.
Okay, so what happened? Just quick background. We had okay, so the the check scanning device, it is able to make a mistake. So if someone keys in an amount and then runs the checks through accidentally more than once or any, there's ways to like mess up our check scan. And what happens is because it automatically goes to the bank, it actually takes money out of whatever account we tell it to take money out of, and the bank, until the bank catches it and returns that money. So what happened at the meeting you weren't at is that we had a rather substantial amount, $5,000 error go through, and the money was taken out of the customer's bank account, put immediately back in.
Oh my God.
The bank, yeah, as soon as the bank caught it, it was put immediately back in, but it's a pretty big error. So we want to make sure that that hasn't happened in the past with a small amount of money where we just didn't we caught it because it was a big amount of money. But the issue is is that we might not even have caught it as the water company because it all balanced. So even if that had gone to the bookkeeper, the way that it happened, the amounts reconciled, but one customer was charged for someone else's charge. So it's so the check was put through, basically a check was put through twice, and basically what happened is one customer paid twice and the other customer didn't pay at all, even though we had a check from them. It just didn't, their check never went through, and the one check went through twice. And so
And it's I'm sorry. I just wanted to explain it was a totally honest mistake. It could have happened no matter what, but it helps to have an extra pair of eyes just to make sure that the past deposits, we didn't have a similar thing.
Right. We didn't know that could even happen. Like, we didn't know how it worked exactly, and that money comes out like immediately. So it luckily it was like a big enough amount that the bank noticed it, but we're just concerned that maybe there was some little amount that didn't get noticed over the past, and especially because we weren't able to reconcile. I mean, chances are we wouldn't catch it no matter what, because if it reconciled correctly, but we just want to go back over this last fiscal year and make sure that we didn't accidentally do that at another point, or that that everything's just okay, because the way that the check scanner's set up, that there's a potential for that to happen. So so now that we're informed of it, I don't think it will happen again, but it's possible going backwards that that we had another issue. So we just want to kind of have two eyes on that, and rather than have Tanya need to do it because she's busy, and actually it would be like a check and balance on the front desk anyway. So, but rather than have like Tiffany have to do it, it just makes sense.
I got it.
Directors, yeah. So
Thank
I'd like to move that we set up an ad hoc just to go back through, and I think that Tiffany can explain to them how that would work and what they would need to do. And just to go back through for this, I don't know if we want to go back for the just till July, or if we want to go back all the way to December when we change bookkeepers. We change bookkeepers, it started getting a little messy in January and February, so maybe we want to go back to January or December. Anyway, I'd like to move that we set up an ad hoc to do that.
I'll set, excuse me.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Director Nyman has seconded. Roll call of directors. Director Gibson.
Abstain.
Director Kelly.
Abstain.
Oh yeah, you didn't put in the motion. It's Kelly and Gibson who are on that ad hoc.
Sorry, yes, I'll accept that friendly amendment. Kelly and Gibson as the ad hoc.
Okay, we good?
And yeah, we're good. Sorry.
Director Nyman.
Aye.
Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
Director Garcia is an aye. 3-0, 2 abstentions. Motion carried.
So when should we start this?
Whenever, Tiffany, when do you have time to just show them what they need to do?
I'm available on their schedule, so as long as it's not during our state update meeting, I'm available.
Yeah, so I think you guys need to just come up with something that's comfortable for you, like next week, and or the week after, either way. But I would just try to maybe see if we can do it before the next meeting, maybe, or before the next planning meeting. It may take you I'm not sure how
What
long.
days are you available? Are you available in the daytime, Kelly?
I'm
Gary?
currently in Colorado.
Beautiful.
Oh, wow. No way.
Mm.
I'm jealous.
Not a pleasure trip.
Oh,
I'm sorry to hear that.
For how long?
I wish I had an answer to that.
Oh, then should we not make you part of this ad hoc and see if Director
Well, I don't
Garcia-
think
join it
it needs
later.
to be, I don't think it needs to be done immediately. Lisa.
It doesn't need to be done immediately, but it would be nice and so that we can reconcile everything and know that we're good because we're putting in everything for the audit.
Yes, I don't think it's gonna be this next week.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
The
Just
week
within,
Take your
Yeah.
time, whatever you need.
so I think you guys just need to get, or you directors just need to get with Tiffany and let her know what works for you. And,
Yes.
you know, hopefully it could be done in one session, if not maybe 2 sessions, but it's just looking back over basically as we do the deposits, and they're not done every single day, but they sometimes they are, but basically that you're just examining the check and then just matching it to the number on the deposit sheet.
We are,
Yeah.
Tiffany's gonna explain that.
I thought it was gonna be an ongoing thing. To like
No.
check the front desk.
I don't think we need it ongoing. Once we move forward, our bookkeeper can do it. It's just that
Okay,
I think it's less expensive to have the director, or it's the same price, but you know, we already have a set amount of money and she's for her and she's
mm-hmm,
using that to catch up on all the other stuff. So I think it's just to play catch up right now. Have the directors kind of, you know, do the back, you know, because it's quite a few to look
So
at.
you're gonna take it to the beginning of the year, Director Schoenberg?
That might be a good idea.
Okay. So there'll be plenty of checking to go around.
okay.
Check, double check.
Thank you. Thank you. Double, triple check. Let's go on to 14. Discussion vote on resolution FP 20211028-01, renewing use of remote teleconference meetings under AB 361. Is that you, Tiffany?
That's me again. So if
God
the
bless you.
board decides that you would like to continue to meet remotely during the month of November, this is almost identical to the previous resolution we passed for the month of October. The only difference is there's a lot of things like reaffirming and continue to meet remotely. That's the only difference in the wording.
All right, I'd like
Okay.
to move that we adopt resolution FP 2021-1028-01, renewing the use of remote teleconference meetings under AB 361.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Director Gibson has seconded. Roll call directors. Director Gibson,
Aye,
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg,
Aye.
Director Garcia is an aye, 500. Motion carried.
And I would like to see us by January being back in the rooms. I think we need to,
Person,
know.
face to face. That's good.
yeah.
Number 15, discussion vote on changing planning meeting dates in November and December.
Okay, before we go there, can I move that we extend the meeting? Just because I know it's going to go past this anyway, because we have a closed session after this. So can we extend the meeting to finish business?
Do I have a second?
I second it.
Director Nyman has seconded the motion. Roll call of directors. Director Gibson,
aye,
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg,
Aye.
Director Garcia is an aye, 500. Extend the meeting. Okay, number 15, I will restate discussion vote on changing planning meeting dates in November and December. What's the feel? What's the discussion? Who's got an idea?
I wanted to bring one thing up, just to make sure it's clarified, that the regular meeting in November falls on Veterans Day. So I just want you to know that as you're considering. We can meet or not.
As a veteran, I'll take that as an honor to continue service to my country.
Thank
Thank you, Jerry.
Hey, it's all about service, isn't it? Aren't we all servants?
That sounds good. That sounds good to me.
But the planning meeting falls on Thanksgiving.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so let's do
So
11 and
bump
18
it. Yep. That's what I think.
back to back, kids. I'll entertain a motion that review, okay, let's look at December then. The 9th is cool.
There's the
And
23rd.
actually the 23rd is okay, isn't it? Unless people are going out of town for
I-
Christmas.
I think the 23rd is fine. We're on Zoom. You can go out of town.
Right. So
Except
really,
for Tiffany. Are you going out of town, Tiffany or Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, see, Tiffany has that day off. Well, the water company has that day off, so we'd be asking Tiffany to work on a day that she typically has off.
You may.
The 23rd and the 24th? Oh, because we have the 24th normally.
Yeah.
okay, I get it.
I
well,
can be here
okay.
if you need me.
We can be
We got-
9 and 16. Whatever we all feel. I mean,
What do you think, Dee?
you want to see us 2 weeks in a row? The next two months, Dee?
Sure, yeah, no problem.
God bless you.
So-
See?
Let's
So,
just do the 16th.
Sounds good.
Got it.
9 and 16 and
9 and
11 and
16.
18.
Okay,
See, we're pretty agreeable, Tiffany.
9 and 16.
Okay, I'll
So is
entertain that
Tiffany.
motion. Someone would like to make it?
I make a motion that we have our planning, our regular meeting in November on the 11th and the 18th. And in December, we will have it on the 9th and the 16th.
Do I have a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Director Gibson has seconded the motion. Roll call of directors. Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg.
But I have a question.
Okay, let's finish this up. Director Garcia is an aye. 5-0-0. Motion is carried. Yes, Director Schoenberg, what is your question?
Tiffany, can you put a note pretty soon, just alluding to that happening on our website so that there's a, that the regular meetings are going to stay the first meeting of the month is going to stay the same, but the second meeting of the month will be changed due to holidays, and have it somewhere obvious on the website.
Okay, it is all the way on the bottom of the front page of the website. There's a calendar showing, or at least the next 3 meetings are listed below, but I can also put it in like a different area as well.
Yeah, I would just put it like really obvious, like, highlighted in a yellow or something, just so people know that those
Okay.
2 meeting dates are going to be different.
Okay,
Yeah, maybe
I'll
we
do
should, and maybe we should send the newspaper an update on Monday because they
Yeah.
added to their stuff.
Yeah, that would be good as well. I just think, because we have time to post it, that it's a temporary change due to holiday, November and December holidays, and just get it in there as soon as possible. So we're really
Perfect.
trying.
Okay. I'm announcing that we have a closed session to discuss employee performance evaluation. That is the
Good night, Dee.
section 54957.7A.
All right, thank you, Dee.
Thank you, Dee.
Have a good evening. The rest.
God bless you. Thank you. Okay, who would like to start this? Are we
No,
ready?
no. We need
We got Pam and Mary and all of them have to
No,
go.
we go into a room. We go into a
Right.
breakout
So
room.
you
Yeah, I
guys-
need to create the
Where are we
breakout
going?
room and invite you all over.
Thank you.
So you guys can stay till when we come out of session and we'll report whatever we report, or you guys can go for the night. It's up to you.
Thank you, everybody.
Tiffany, do you need me to stay on to keep anything like you've used me in the past?
We shouldn't need it this time, but thank you, Pam.
Okay, then
Thank you, Pam.
You're welcome, guys. Have a good night.
Right, because
night.
Tiffany, you're not gonna go in the breakout room. You're just gonna hang out until we come. But how do we tell you we're coming out of the breakout room?
I think we're gonna learn this as we go along. I need to make sure that as the host, I'm not put in the breakout room.
You're not. As far as I know with
Okay.
Zoom, you can go into any breakout room you want, but you don't automatically go into it. And if you're recording stuff, it does record the breakout room, which would not be appropriate. So so you don't record on Zoom, right?
No.
You just record on so I think it doesn't put you in automatically, but you can go in, but we would see if you come in, as far as I know. So it's just a breakout room, and then I'm just not sure. I think we might have to call you or text you or something to let you know to bring us back.
Okay, yeah, somebody can send me a text. That's fine.
Yeah, we can. I can do that.
And maybe send me a text like with a thumbs up to let me know that everything's working in the
And
breakout
everybody's
room.
there. Okay, so I once you do the breakout room and put us the directors in it, I will send you a thumbs up if everything's good, or send you a problems, and then when we're ready to come out, I'll send you a ready to return text.
Okay, let me work on it right now. Opening.
All right.
I think they're all in.
Okay, I'm still on this one. Do I go to another room?
No, we stay, this is the main room. We stay in the main room, and they should.
Oh, okay.
They should all be in the extra room talking. So I think
Oh,
it
good. Good. So I don't even have to participate. That's good. That's perfect.
Tiffany, when they're done, they're just going to come back to talk about employee uniforms and then adjourn.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Well,
What? Yeah, it's actually whatever happens with the performance evaluation. Yeah.
okay. Well, then I'm going to say goodnight. And it's been fun.
Thank you,
guys.
Stan. Thanks for being here.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
All right. Good night. Looks like me and you.
It is. I'm gonna take a quick break while they're doing this.
All righty. Boy, I guess they have a lot to talk about.
Yeah. But
Oh,
I
well.
might be right about 9:30.
Yeah. I think you're rocking the whole guess there. Yeah. Hey, yeah. If you're off, it's only going to be by about 10 minutes, I think.
Right. Yeah,
Good.
pretty close.
Good guess.
Thank you. So you have a leak to work on tomorrow?
Yeah. It's on Los Padres, and I'm hoping it lasts through the night. And if it does, then I'll roll out there about 11 o'clock tomorrow, me and Jose.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to suck. But who knows? Maybe I could put it off till Monday. We'll see how that works. It's really not that bad, but where it's at, it historically gets worse real fast.
Okay. Yeah.
And of course, since Corey's been wishing for the big one, and now he's gone, now we get it.
Exactly.
Yeah. What a jerk! I'm gonna have to tell him. Although he did volunteer to come in tonight.
Oh, did he really? He's
Yeah.
still in town? What?
Yeah. Apparently, he only left early so he could go buy supplies and stuff for the Vegas trip.
His Uncrustables.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. He wants to make sure that he could eat at the table and not have to leave. Well, I guess I'll take a quick break and then see when they come back.
Alrighty.
All right.
Terry, do you need to go back into the room?
I don't know. My internet went down. I don't know how to get there from the phone.
Okay, let me send you the invite and it should say something like press number 1 or whatever it is. Let me see. Send to-
Oh, Lisa.
Okay.
Okay, we are now coming out of closed session.
But you're waiting for one more board member.
Oh,
Jerry,
sorry.
note the time too, because I think we forgot to note what time we went into closed session.
You did.
Doggone it.
But
Oh,
make sure.
we're missing Becky.
It'll bump her back in 5 seconds. 4, 3,
Okay.
2, 1. She should come back in.
Okay, she got bumped
Hello?
in.
Okay, here we go. The time is 10:05. We're coming out of closed session pursuant to government code, section 54957. Section 54954.5, public employee performance evaluation. Title, General Manager, where we discussed the fact that we have been in a crisis caused by emergencies and lack of manpower. And because we have asked our general manager to work these hours, extra hours and extra work, some of the we have come up with some requests that we would like resharpened as we move forward, get him more help, get another employee, create a base we can build a bigger, better company on in view of the growth potential we have in the coming years with all the projects you were undertaking. And we'll discuss those in the coming meetings, months, so that we can form a teamwork of support for our general manager. Okay, so going on to number 17, discussion vote on general manager contract. Who would like to start the discussion?
I just wanted to ask if Tiffany can read or Johnny can read, either way. But if we can just look quickly at the contract and where we are, how far we are into it.
That's on my desktop and I don't have it with me. So, and I don't believe Tiffany has a copy handily, but
I don't.
Any idea? I mean, it doesn't really matter, but we were just going to ask that because what we would like to do is a couple of things. We would like to discuss a raise with you of just a amount of money, and then keeping the kind of COLA that we have built in. So the raise would be just from right now, a particular amount. And then we also wanted to restart the contract from today. So moving forward 5 years, because I know the 5 years gives you some security. So we wanted to just kind of see where we were at, but we move it forward.
I think we have like another 2 years or 3 tops on the contract. So we would just restart at 5.
Right. So that's what I think we would like to do. And I think we just need to do some negotiation with you to see if you're okay and we're okay. And then we also talked about, in your performance evaluation, just to have, your back as far as starting to in every meeting going forward now for I don't know how long it takes us to really put a priority on the employee handbook so that we really have your back even more so that you aren't
give you some tools.
To give you some more support and tools so that you're encouraged to follow the exactly, so that you have something that you can pull up and be able to follow it without feeling like you don't have backup on that, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah, and I get that. I agree with that. And that's awesome.
So I think do you want to I mean, what are you asking for? And then I guess we can tell you what we've been thinking about.
All right, well, simply, first of all, I want everybody to know I'm not trying to gouge anybody. I appreciate the job I have. I try to do a really good job for everything, but I've been basically strapped to the company like a indentured servant for the last couple of years because I can't go anywhere because there's no main operator, there's nothing. So one of the recommendations
we want to support you in that, Johnny, by authorizing another employee.
Well, see,
For starters.
Here's the problem with that is the issue I've always had is we only need 3 employees in the field, but we had to authorize 4 because there's not enough work for 4. We need to authorize 4 because there's always somebody out on sick or workman's comp.
And you're working with 2 right now.
Okay, but the point is, if we hire somebody else, then we have to let somebody go when people come back. So we have 4, which is 1 too many. Then if they
we'll navigate that. We're not telling you to go hire somebody right now, but we're throwing that in the mix so that you know that we're not against it.
Oh, no,
It'll be your timing because you have to go through some legal stuff and some COBRA stuff that we discussed, and we understand that. But you may not get 2 employees back, and at that time, we got to reevaluate what's going on.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And my biggest concern is that I've always wanted 4 people for leaks, 3 people for the day-to-day, but we always have 1 person out. So if we hired somebody to help me now, which I tried to hire a temporary guy that got COVID, then I have to let somebody go when people come back because you can't fill positions that you can't employ.
I get that, but we've also have a situation where someone's been out over a year now. So
Yeah,
that is
and
not looking very, very pleasant or very positive to us.
That's true, but when we talked to the attorney and said,
well, I think you guys we're kind of off topic, so let's just we're kind
continue with our
point of order,
okay.
right? So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So anyway, back to what I was saying. The attorney said that if you offered more vacation, if you offered 3 weeks of vacation, that works out to $83.71 a week more for me to always be available and do what I do. I think that that's really cheap for the company. It's way cheaper than another employee. And even though I can never take 6 weeks of vacation, I could cash in some and take a day here, a day there, and everybody's happy, everybody's good.
Yeah, because there is no comp time. So I think that that's something that
well, there is comp time, but just not comp time in a dollar amount. Like I come in later in the morning.
No, what I'm saying is there's no taking off. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, the attorney said that there is no such thing as comp time for you. So what we need to do is give you a amount that you're okay with, that we're okay with, and then we need to ask you to not take comp time. But what we are going to do. Wait a
minute. I strongly disagree with that. The comp time is simply, if it takes me 25 hours to do my job.
Can you listen for a minute? We're authorizing, we want to do a turnaround time, which is basically saying that if you are working, and we need to do it for the entire company, we need to work that out. But if you're working on a leak all night, we don't want you coming in 2 hours later and doing your job. So it's not comp time. It's written as a turnaround time policy, which needs to be on the books, and it needs to be done correctly with the attorney, and it needs to apply to everyone. But yeah, there is no such thing as actual comp time for an exempt employee. That's why he suggested.
I see what you're saying, but that is not the law. The law states that if I do only my job and not all the extra that I'm doing to fill in, my job if I do it in 30 hours or I do it in 70 hours, I get paid the same amount of money. If I do it in 120 hours doing my job, which is being a general manager, you're right, there's no comp time. But if I'm doing extra stuff and I come in at 8 o'clock in the morning instead of 6 to make up for the leak I worked the day before, that is legal. You just can't pay me for comp time. You can't pay me the additional hourly wage for my, if you break it down to hourly from my yearly wage, you can't pay me that. But the job dictates and the law dictates that
not
my job as a general manager, not as an operator, not as a clamper, not as a backup guy, all of that. If my general manager job takes 30 to 100 hours, that's what I'm required to do. I'm doing everything that's not required of me to fill in the gaps in the holes. See what I mean? So I understand what you're saying, but my job dictates that I run the company. My job don't dictate that I operate equipment. My job don't dictate that I fill in on call. That's the difference. And I'm not nitpicking you, but as far as putting it in for turnaround time, there is no turnaround time. I'm not required to work 80 hours every 2 weeks. I'm required to work as much time as my job takes. My job takes more than 80 hours every week, regardless of the extra leaks or the extra filling I do. So as long as everybody understands that.
I'm going to suggest that we sit with the attorney after if we can't negotiate a price right now, we can't negotiate. But I'm going to suggest, because I think that is in your understanding is not what the attorney wrote us. So I'm going to suggest that we try to negotiate this price that we're thinking of. And if you're still not okay with that, I think that we need to have a better understanding. So that we need to actually invite the attorney to sit at the meeting with us and explain it, because my understanding is that you are exempt from any law with overtime. You're exempt from comp time.
I am, but my job dictates. Okay, now wait. I want to back up and clarify something for everybody. I'm going to do my job and fill in no matter what you guys decide to reimburse me with. I'm not saying, I've never said I'm going to quit unless you pay me extra money. All I want is you guys to say, you know what? I appreciate what you do. I'm going to go ahead and give you some extra without having to write in hourly. You got to be here this amount of time. You guys just say, you know what? For the last 2 years, you have stepped up. You've done everything required. And then hundreds of hours more every pay period, or every year rather, to accomplish your job. I'm not setting this in stone.
Okay,
I'm
can
just
you
saying,
hold on a minute? What we're suggesting is more than you're asking for. You were asking for 52 weeks at $80-something. We were suggesting just taking you to 80,000.
Okay.
And then still keeping the 2.5% COLA. And
I get 2%.
2%. Okay. Well, we don't have your contract in front of us, so
it's just 2.
Starting it to 5, resetting it to 5 years. But I think that we need to sit down with the attorney, because I think you have a misunderstanding of what it is sometimes to be. I mean, you're doing all of it. You're just having a misunderstanding in terms of what we're asking.
Trust me on this. I've done exhaustive research. The attorney said I can't be paid for my comp time because I'm an exempt employee. But rather than me do a bunch of jobs that are not mine, as a general manager, I could sit back and I could hire Santana or other people to come in and do that job, which costs a lot more to do the same thing, because it's not my job to go out and work 20 hours on a leak. So that's all I'm saying. Just appreciate what I do. Keep me secure in my job. I'm not going to hold you guys over a barrel for any amount of money. I'm not. I like my job. So we'll come to a conclusion tonight. But we don't have to, I mean, we could have to sit down with the discussion with the attorney, but he's going to tell you whether it takes me 30 hours a week or 40 or 50 or 60. That's part of being a general manager, but I'm not an operator. I'm not the on-call guy. But I'll do all of that to keep everybody happy and keep us moving forward. That's all I'm saying.
So where's the argument? I'm not seeing an argument.
Well, it's not really an argument other than just I want everybody to understand that I'm doing it because
We've already discussed that in closed session, bro. You're
okay. Well, I
you're
wasn't part of
flogging
that, but
you're flogging a dead horse.
okay.
We all know that. We all respect that. We all understand that. And that's why we're coming to you with a offer to go mid-contract, offer you a bump up to $80,000 a year to show you that we want to support you. We want to build a bigger, better company. And that this is our way of showing that we do appreciate what you're doing. So
And I 100% agree with that. I was just, I was arguing that the points of the stuff like hiring another employee. I mean, I would love to hire another employee, but we can't while we have two out.
I'm just saying that I didn't say this
We can
week,
make
I
a
said next
business
week.
decision,
When
Johnny.
the time is right, we
can-
already know that we're building a bigger company to handle all the projects we're completing in order to become a bigger water company in all its facets.
Yeah, I
And we
appreciate you guys doing that.
and we can make a business decision to hire another employee. And we have and companies change and grow and make other decisions when we have to make decisions. And some of them are hard.
but-
Some of them are hard decisions, and some of them are not always. But we have to look out for the best interest of you and the company.
Well, that's true. And that was part of my start of this argument is I already got you guys to do that with one extra field guy. Then we have 4 guys, but we only really have 3 usually. And then we're being pushed for wanting to match retirement. So we have to figure a bunch of things, which I'm trying to fill that gap so we don't have to worry about extra stuff, extra employees that we can't afford. But anyway, like I said at the beginning of this, I'm not going to try to hold you guys over a barrel for anything. I like my job. So whatever you guys want to offer, I'll take, and we'll just move on forward from this point.
Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we raise Johnny's salary to 80,000 a year and that his contract starts new going forward for a 5-year period with a 2% a year COLA or increase for the 5-year duration.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Director Gibson has seconded the motion. Roll call of directors. Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
I abstain.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg,
Aye.
Director Garcia is an aye. We have 4-0, 1 abstention. Motion carried.
And
I
then
appreciate all of you.
I would like to put on the agenda for our next regular meeting. I would like to ask our attorney who deals with employees issues
Jerry.
to come to the meeting, Jerry, and to further explain the whole concept of comp time.
And what about turnaround?
And ask them about turnaround, because I think even if you I think that that's an important thing for safety for every employee at the company.
Right.
And I don't think
Yeah, I
we've ever
agree.
addressed it. I think that we need to, like I said, we need to, from here on in, put a lot more emphasis on finishing and adjusting and always staying on top of that employee handbook, so that we have your back when there are issues, so that we don't go into a place where we're creating a situation that can be tenuous and stress you out because you're trying to appease to someone because it's not clear enough.
And I
So-
absolutely appreciate that with me, in regards to me. In regards to the guys with turnaround time, Greg used to do that with me when I was making $8 or $9 an hour, but he did it and it took away if I worked 20 hours, he would want me to sleep just long enough to get out of the double time range. And then he would bring me back in.
Okay, well, we have.
That's open for discussion. We're gonna make it fair.
What I'm saying is, for me, I totally get it. For the guys, it's been
Okay,
working
but-
out pretty good. But we'll definitely have the attorney explain all that stuff to us.
Yeah,
I
and we need
appreciate
a
what
point
you
of
guys
order.
did tonight.
We can't talk about it right now because it's not on number 17. So I just think that what we do need to do is we need to further examine all this stuff, and we just need to have that ability on the agenda every meeting until we work out some more things.
Yeah, I think that's
Absolutely.
awesome. So appreciate
Um,
you guys for everything. Thank you.
God bless you, Johnny.
Well, we appreciate you, Johnny.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I really try to do my best job, and I'm always open for improvement. So I appreciate all that you did. I know it took a long time to come to this, and I thank you all.
Beautiful. That's the way we feel too. Okay, so number 18, have we covered all the future agenda items? I think you just capped that off, Director Schoenberg. Anything else you had? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I
Okay.
can't think of anything right now. I'm very
Okay,
I
tired.
thought
yeah,
it-
yeah.
I
Director
figured
Nyman, you have
Tiffany got
something?
it all, hopefully.
I
Sorry.
got it. I have a list for next month.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tiffany. Number 18, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Director Gibson, a second in the motion. Director roll call. Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
Director Nyman,
Aye.
Director Schoenberg,
Aye.
Director Garcia is an aye. 5-0-0. Motion carried. Thank you guys for a long, productive meeting.
Good night,
Have a great
everybody.
night.
Thank you,
Have a
Tiffany,
great night.
for staying
Thank
as late
you.
as
Good
you did.
Good night, all.
All right, bye.
Good night.
Quick question before you go away.